Okay. Okay. Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'll be real, guys. I don't want to be here tonight. Last we spoke was Tuesday night, like 3 weeks ago. Then I worked Wednesday that following day, and Thursday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday again. And then I had Thursday off, worked on the Broly video. And then I worked from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday again. And here we are with my day off. Now, I do this weird thing. I don't know if this is common. When I'm stressed out or overworked or whatever, I suck my cheeks and my tongue through my teeth and shred the shit out of it. Does that happen to anybody else? Because I am in just constant agony right now. It feels like the entirety of the inside of my mouth is swollen, and it's just like I can't help but constantly bite the edges of my cheeks and stuff.
I've heard of this before. I just never known someone to do that.
I think it's partially a dehydration thing.
Do you also grind your teeth when you sleep?
I don't think I do, but my teeth do feel like they're on the verge of cracking because, again, it's the stress response or whatever. Anyway, how have you guys been? Oh, yeah, my co-host, RHYS.
Hi.
And Augie and FDDNM.
Let's go Canadian. There you go.
Okay. All right. So, damn it, RHYS, you threw me off today. Okay, so do you guys want to say anything before we...
Speed run.
Pickups. There's a time and a place for pickups, and it's after the opening discussions. So let me get the screen share up real quick.
Uh-oh.
If you guys want to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, you can do so through our Patreon, which uses cookies to improve my experience. Thank you every single damn time. Also, there's the Anime Collector Patreon, which is also a great place to get your cookies. And I updated Stealth Weeb. I did it, guys. I added another Golden Boy shirt.
Wow.
Here it is. This is actually one of the very first shirts I wanted to make. But the image quality of the screenshot was so low that I actually had to Photoshop a new outline to her hair. Well, that's the largest image I've ever seen. Okay, well, anyway, one of my kids just got killed, apparently. I don't know if you guys could hear that. So, jumping right into it, because there's so much to go over tonight. So, regarding Vic Mignogna's court case, Vic's team has requested a second extension for their response. I think this puts it into June now, assuming that they get the response approved, or the extension approved. Also, Ron was a guest on the Knuckleheads podcast. Yeah, sorry, Greenline 743 about this. I honestly had no idea whether or not we were even going to get to do a podcast, because I told everybody 3, and then 3 rolls around. It's like, yeah, I'm on the last 4 articles, and then of course we just decided to do a little treat for you guys later in the random merch section that couldn't fucking do. Oh, are we doing the Doki Doki Literature Club podcast? Dude, I would love to, except that I don't know when I'm ever even gonna have a day to myself ever again. I do appreciate the donation, and I would very much love to hang out with you again, especially because this coronavirus stuff has just turned into the utmost bullshit. Also, I've got a game I want to play with you called Sea of Stars, because I'm probably never going to actually own the console that I got the physical release for.
Called In Bed.
Gross. Okay. Anyway, all right. Let me calm down a little bit. So, like I said, he was a guest on the Knuckleheads podcast. So I've got the link here if you guys want to check it out. And it's a potentiality. Now, I don't know when this is going to happen because of how crazy my schedule is, because I have work next week too. I've got overtime Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday again, except this time I picked up second shift, so I'll be working from 5 p.m. to 3:30 in the morning because it pays more because there's a shift differential for working the night. So I don't know, but I'm hoping that they cancel the overtime soon because I can't afford to not get it with how things have gone financially in the last couple of weeks. And also because Arizona summers require extremely high AC bills. But I think we could get Ron on the podcast for an interview, and it would be its own podcast. It would just be an interview podcast, right? We would just have him on and we would talk to him for 2 hours or so. So I want to know if we did get him on the podcast, which, by the way, it would be a respectful discussion. You know, it's not going to be have you or have you not ever carried a snack tray or something like that. Like, we're not going to ask those questions. Although I will answer every super chat. I will at least read them. I don't know that they will happen when Ron's on. But if you guys had like legitimate questions, like a question I want to ask is why, when Sony was doing the investigation, did Monica tell them the jelly bean story instead of the very real, definitely happened hotel room story? Right? Stuff like that. Those are the kind of things that I want to put out there. And I legitimately just want to use this as an opportunity to explain to him, because Monica in a recent podcast said that she believes the fans are on her side. And I'd like to break down why that's absolutely not the case and help just illuminate what's going on and why things devolved the way that they did, you know, which I think would turn into a fiasco in its own right. But if you guys are interested in proposing any questions, I think we should make a channel on the Discord specifically for this topic that you guys can ask and all that stuff. Also, regarding the Doki Doki Literature Club, I would love to do it. I really would love to do it. But I don't know, would that be like, because I'd like to actually play it, but is that something I can stream and do like on YouTube? Would I have to move to Twitch? Like, we'll have to touch base at another time, Duo. Anyway. Yeah, I know there's a lot of questions that he probably would not answer, but I'd still like to see what they are, you know, because I rewatched a bunch of the old podcasts during the Vic segments to refresh my memory, and there's a lot of stuff that's coming up that it's like, shit, I need to address this. I have to ask, you know. So anyway, but like I said, he probably will get a slap from Jay Sean telling him not to go on another show. But the fact is that he got yeeted off Twitter. And he has to talk. So he's going on these podcasts and things, you know, like he can't not do it. So I feel like he would very likely talk to us. And again, I would be completely respectful. I just want to ask him certain questions and sort of portray the from the Russian bot perspective that he thinks we all are, why we actually don't believe a lot of the things that they're saying, and see if we can just sort of, I don't know, shock the system a little bit for an understanding, or maybe get like an answer to some of those questions. So if you guys have anything, I think we should make a Discord channel and just sort of collect things there, and maybe store some archives of certain tweets that directly contradict some of the statements he made on the Knuckleheads podcast. But anyway,
I'll put it underneath the channel.
Okay, sounds
category.
Good. Also,
I'm gonna call it the toy box.
All right. Toy, TOYE box. Yep. All right. So Seiyu, which is Japanese word for like voice actor, Ishikawa Yui contacted police over internet threats. This is so sad. She says that she informed the loyal Seiyu worshippers that she has contacted the police after receiving threats targeted towards not only her, but her talent agency and her family too. And the culprits are likely to also be rabid fans. So such a tragedy. I don't think she's actually going to get anywhere with it unless she also contacts her attorney and Homeland Security for this targeted harassment. That was a joke. That didn't come. That punchline really didn't. That fell through. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Now regarding our favorite topic that I don't want to discuss any of these, localization changes.
Yay!
All right, so mentions of social distancing were inserted into the Kaguya-sama subtitles.
Translation.
Well, yeah, but it was the subtitles. The the translation as the subtitles rather than dub or something.
Right. Yeah.
So it said, what's the deal with the social distancing? So they say translators have decided they know better than the original writers for anime. Once again, as the translators for the newest episode of Kaguya-sama Love is War for the second season has purposely deviated from the source material with the inclusion of the phrase social distancing, despite the actors saying nothing of the sort. Bringing attention to the matter on Twitter, it was found that 2 instances of episode 5 of Funimation's Kaguya-sama Love is War sub-translation mentioned social distancing, along with other questionable word choices, a concept that is brought up a lot at the current point in time due to the spread of the Chinese virus. Since the show, so here's the other one. Of course not. The social distance will be set at no less than 50 centimeters, right? Which, by the way, when I read that, I can't not hear Hilary Haig's voice. I don't know if it's just me. I don't even know if she plays this character, if there's a dub of this or anything, but I just feel like that's got to be Hilary Haig, right? You just look at her. Anyway.
There's no dub.
So there is no dub. All right. So since the show is licensed by Aniplex of America, it is not entirely certain if the line change was performed specifically by Funimation, though it has been pointed out Aniplex is managed by Funimation's general manager. Videos of the 2 brief, so this is just a video version of it, which I'm not going to play because of what happened at podcast 94 or whatever podcast number that was.
Yeah.
So I'm actually trying to continue the podcast right now, but my scroll wheel isn't fucking. There we go. That's just wonderful. Okay.
Oh boy.
Critics were absolutely bewildered at how the translators thought a reference to a currently ongoing pandemic would fit in a show such as Kaguya-sama, though it's hardly the first time that Funimation has altered dialogue in the anime. Should they actually be responsible for this instance, as they have changed things, blah, 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 blah. So this is the one about the power levels over 9,000. I didn't mean to click on that. Anyway, so what are your guys' thoughts on social distancing lines being inserted into anime?
You do have the follow-up article that was changed back, right?
Yeah, I do have that. But I'm just curious.
Thing was used in dialogue, but not like how we're experiencing it right now. So I'm not sure if that was. I don't know what the original it was changed from was.
Co-host.
So here's what's up, fellow co-host.
I'm back.
I know. I added you back to the stream. I tried to do it quietly.
What are we talking about? Is this a change to a subtitle? Oh, social distancing.
They added the words social distancing into Kaguya-sama Love is War Season 2, Episode 5 subtitles.
It was funny how people... There's this one guy that I responded to in the comments. It's like, this is why Aniplex is worth it. And I'm like, yeah, but they got kill error on their one disc or whatever. They and they don't have the Durara sub sign titles, as RHYS told me. And they also have other things that they've inserted, which is like
Gurren Lagann episode titles.
I'm not sure about that, but it's like what is the one?
Dude, I looked at the freaking disc. I know it's on yours too.
Okay.
Bokuben.
We'll talk about that in a second too. Yeah.
Okay, well, we can continue with that.
It's
okay, like, so I think this is a distraction from...
I'm hugely against this particular fiasco.
Yeah.
Too close to the times.
Well, not because it's too close to the times, but because largely, first of all, anime is an escape, right? Yeah. Like everybody's sitting at home, stuck at home, you know, self-isolating, watching anime. It's like, this isn't what you need right now, you know? Mm-hmm. Like somebody at work's like, this is gonna be funny, right? And they put that in the line, and then people at home are like, well, I'm already depressed. Guess I'll go drink that bleach, you know?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so I thought this person said it very well. So bad AniTuber tweets, who I follow to find out if I ever have any bad tweets, but so far I've been good, right? Bad AniTuber tweets was talking about it, and this person, Antisocial Justice, said it's nonsensical in universe. Like, are they supposed to be going to school during the pandemic? It's just a cheap, obviously out of place joke injected by the localizers. So we talked about this in a previous podcast about is it time for mangaka to start incorporating the coronavirus into their manga, you know? And I say, hell no, because I don't want this. The more that we normalize this, the more it becomes that new normal that all the governments are desperately wanting it to be so they can hold on to their emergency powers and shit, right? And I just want us to move past this. And I think that we're at the point where we're way beyond this being a big deal. Like, we flattened the fucking curve. We did it. Hooray for us. And now the talk isn't about flattening the curve. It's like, no, finding the cure. We need a vaccine. It's like, hold up. No, we don't. The mortality rate is stupidly low, right? So I just want to get past this. And I think that this was a bad take by Aniplex of America. However,
as Random 11 brings up, if you're to watch this,
yes,
2-3 years from now, it's not going to age
have
well.
to wonder
Yeah.
if they would, because this is for the streaming. It's not for the DVD.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh,
So
I
you
thought
have
this
to
was
wonder-
for the Blu-ray release that they already sent out. That's okay. Because when they said, "Oh, we're gonna make revisions or whatever," I was thinking, "What? Are you gonna like say if you're gonna send out a replacement disc?" Which,
Yeah,
by
no,
the
this
way,
is for season 2, which is currently airing. So,
which, by the
so this
way,
is,
should be
Wait.
something they do if they're worth it. The send out replacement discs. Even Funimation sends out
Every-
replacement discs. And
every-
they're the
so
ones
you're
that-
still
This
dunking on
does
that
it
guy
too.
you saw that said Aniplex was worth it. Is that what's going on here?
Yes, it is.
Okay, got it. So they did fix the social distancing translation. They changed it to well, first of all, here's their apology. Aniplex of America has been notified of an error. You know, because an error is something that is done deliberately, for sure. An error in subtitles in episode 5 of Kaguya-sama Love is War, and have implemented a revision. We apologize for the inconvenience and thank you for your understanding. Yes, I understand that your error was deliberately done by somebody that you should slap across the face for being a dumb cunt. So anyway, they changed it to
was
this.
probably done by Funimation sub.
Well,
So
that's a
Honestly, it probably
question.
was. I don't even know, but I'm not going to throw that accusation out there. Also, I love how in the updated version, the Funimation logo is twice as fucking big. There's probably a screenshot taken on a smaller device, right? But it's just still funny.
Well,
to me.
maybe the one screenshot was taken at 1080p and the other one was taken at 720p.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Social distancing. What they changed it to makes so much sense. Like it actually come from a high schooler.
Why are you so
Probably
far
the
away from
actual
me?
line.
Yeah.
What's the deal with the social distancing?
Yeah.
What if his return line was the coronavirus? Why are you so far away from me? You know, the pandemic? Anyway. All right. Bokutachi wa Benkyo ga Dekinai, or what is that? We never learned.
Bokuben.
Yeah, Bokuben is so Bokutachi. I think it's actually Bokuta is
We'd never learn.
Benkyo is learn or study, and ga Dekinai is like negative. So we never learn. Rife with wokeness and virtue signaling. Not long after the discovery of a weird translation of Kaguya-sama, blah, 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 critics have been inclined to point out questionable lines in other Aniplex licensed shows, with Bokutachi wa Benkyo ga Dekinai inserting words such as woke, virtue signaling, and PC, or politically correct, into its English subtitles. While the episodes in question are actually 7 years old, are actually several months old, those online
Wow,
those
the
online are
subtitles
still
predate the
quite
anime being
upset.
conceived.
What?
I said, wow, the subtitles predate the anime being conceived.
Did I say? What did I say?
You said several years old, didn't you?
Did I? I thought I said months and then changed it to weeks, even though it actually does say months. Anyway, so all right. So here's what they said: you don't have to be PC about it. Oh, quit with the virtue signaling. From today, I want to be called woke gambler Ogata.
I witnessed all of these when I watched the show.
Thanks for bringing it up on the podcast so that we could have talked about it before it was news. Thanks for doing your due diligence. Low bandwidth DDNM.
Well, the thing is,
AC got woke.
I just heard like
Candy.
I think the one that stuck out the most was like woke warrior or whatever it is.
Woke gambler Ogata.
I'm like, what? Because like
Woke isn't a word that anybody uses
in
unironically.
Japan.
It's not even a word you use unironically.
That is true.
Hmm.
I thought it was turbo cringe because I'm like, What?
Yeah, no, seriously, I cringed just reading it just now, and I already knew what it said because I compiled the articles. You know,
Once again, audience, AC has gone woke.
that's why I'm broke. Anyway,
Oh,
so
God.
so here's the thing. Well, I'll say this for another time. But so we've got the Ogata actually says kakuse shobushi ogata. Kakuse being a word that is frequently used to indicate increase in power, an awakening of sorts, with waking up also being one possible definition, and likely the reason why the translator decided their own joke, changing it to woke, I guess. Because waking up woke, I guess. Episode 2 had PC, politically correct, in the subtitles. The scene has protagonist Nariyuki saying to Asumi that she doesn't have to rephrase herself in a strange way out of consideration of him, as she was avoiding directly calling his family poor. No mention of the words politically correct were present. Yeah, so basically the idea is that they spoke in like a formal way of talking rather than like an informal way of talking, and like it's a class system thing about senpais and all that shit. Episode 5 has Furuhashi utter the words virtue signaling. Furuhashi can be heard using the word otamagokashi, which is described as self-aggrandizement under pretense of aiding another. I mean, that's
kind
I'm not going to say virtue signaling isn't appropriate. See, okay, I'll get into my spiel after I finish this. A concept that resembles virtue signaling and the perfect excuse for the translator to insert an unnecessary political line. Many will likely agree that the unneeded injection of political buzzwords constantly thrown around on social media by the perpetually offended is undesired and unfaithful to the source material. So here's what I'll say. I think I've talked about this concept about the internet being the second Tower of Babel, or I don't know, maybe the 100th. I don't know how many we've gone through in world history, but it's this idea that in the Tower of Babel mythology in the Bible, man built a tower to be closer to God, and everybody lived in the tower, and like that's where the entire civilization congregated. And so, because the Lord had told everybody basically, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Human life is fragile, and you all aren't going to survive. He told everybody to disperse, fill up the entire world with people, right? And so when they didn't do that, he struck them with an inability to comprehend each other, right? So basically the mythology states that at that moment, language was born of each individual province, right? So like ancient Japanese, ancient Hebrew, ancient, Greek and all that was like, they could not understand each other anymore. So they had to separate into groups and leave, right? Because you couldn't get anything done in the tower anymore. Right. So that's how in the mythology, that's how God handled that Tower of Babel. And I think every time I bring this up, people think, well, that's not happening. And it's like, well, that doesn't mean that that's how it's going to be handled the second time. And if you think about it from a metaphorical sense, because I think God is a lot more, the God of the Bible is a lot more metaphorical in how the reaction to things occur. Right. It's not so much an instantaneous thing. It's these are the input to the simulation outputs this response, right? And I think where we've ended up is that we have insulated ourselves on the internet and we don't speak the same language anymore. Like in each subgroup is terminology that is used that codifies that group, right? So woke is one group, red-pilled is another group, right? You have all this terminology that immediately identifies you as a member of certain groups, right? So if you're a member of that group, and that's literally the vernacular, the language that you use, even if you aren't injecting politics into your show, if you just use the language that you use, it's going to come across as though you did, right? So if we had a right-wing person dubbing this or translating it or whatever, and this said, From today, I will be called red-pilled gambler Ogata or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I think it could just as easily go that way. Personally, I think that red-pilled is a little bit more self-aware and probably wouldn't be utilized, but you kind of get where I'm coming from. Like, I think that there is terminology from maybe not two opposing groups, but just any general group that you would realize is something that your group uses, that you use because you're a member of that group, but other people don't use. And in the case of, the terminology of woke and politically correct and stuff, which I actually think if you pay attention to the lines here, with the exception of this one, where they say, I want to be called woke gambler Ogata. This one says,
I agree with the last one.
This one says, you don't have to be PC about it, or quit the virtue signaling. These aren't terminologies that are referring to these favorably. You know what I mean? Like, this is using virtue signaling literally the way that the opposite end of the spectrum would use it, because they don't use the word virtue signaling in the woke crowd. They just do the virtue signaling. You know what I mean? This is a call out from the other side. So, and also the thing,
I was confused when I heard that line. I'm like, wait, so is this like the opposite side now translating?
Right? Yeah, so I think that, see, this is why I always have to reiterate, not joining groups, not taking on labels, because you don't think as an individual anymore. You think as a member of the group. You see the word woke, and then your Terminator vision comes up and is like scanning for every other line in the whole show. It's like, oh, virtue signal, oh, PC, and then you start getting manic about it, and I'm like, is this really worth getting worked up over?
Not everyone views it that way, but certain people will. And I always thought the Tower of Babel,
maybe you didn't understand
how the different languages came to be. But I always felt like that was just a lazy excuse to not learn each other's language and continue building.
Maybe you didn't understand when I said that when you are a member of a group and you assign the label and you think as a member of the group rather than as an individual, you think, well, here's the word woke. Holy shit, my group that has been against the Sankaku Complex writers, the One Gamer writers, everybody who's like, we're against this localization changes in anime and blah, blah, blah. You have to look further and further and further for things that are meaningless. And you have to equate them to the previous thing of the Gamergate line in prison school or Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid or any of those things. And you have to act like they're just as egregious as that because it's part of how your member of the group responds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we're taking too much time on this.
Yeah, let's move on. We haven't shown pickups.
Continuing here, just a quick. Okay, use this link. Thank you, Twitter, for working for once in your damn life. So they were noting here that both Crunchyroll and High Dive have the same line. Quit with the virtue signaling with the yellow subtitling. Quit with the virtue signaling with white subtitling. Right?
Well, that's Aniplex's strategy. They have so many distribution platforms that they can't pin Aniplex.
All right, then. Now, continuing here. Twitter, you're killing me. Japanese to English translator for some shit, who knows, said, did you know translations with mistakes can get updated? It's true. In the interest of full disclosure, I screwed up a minor line in last week's Ahiro no Sora. I fixed it days ago, and now it shows up properly on High Dive. Not Crunchyroll, though. Comparison below, original, then updated. So I hate to say it, but I like his fucked up line better. He says, the one with the afro seems like top tier material. But he's only 4th or 5th tier when someone else is playing point guard. To which they change it to, the one with the afro seems like point guard material. But he's another guard on the team. But with another guard on the team, he's more suited for power forward or center. So maybe if I cared about basketball, that would mean something to me.
Yeah, the first one was more friendly to those who don't know anything about basketball. The second one, yeah. So I see what you mean.
So I'm going to address this. Headhunter, our friend Hunter, said, with different clicks, it is said by Mark Granovetter, I don't know who that is, in his research paper, The Strength of Weak Ties. He argues that small groups connect more people than large ones do. In this sense, it can be said different groups is a good thing, even if it causes discord. Okay, yeah, for fuck's sake, Mark S. Granovetter. Okay, so the thing is, it goes back to the concept of dominance hierarchies, and that within you need
chads.
groups. You actually, what's up?
Of swole chads.
Well, no, you need the dominance hierarchy references your ability to work your way up in a society, right? So basically, like Jordan Peterson talks about this concept as like when you want a dominance hierarchy that is big enough that it means something to get to the top, but small enough that it is actually feasible to get to the top, right? Because when the dominance hierarchy, and this is what I experienced with my VFX career, where locally in my school, it was not only doable, but for me, easy to skyrocket to the top of my class, right? But then as soon as you graduate school and you're competing in the real world, especially when you're doing it freelance, as I was, because I didn't want to move to Canada because my mom was dying of cancer at the time and I had to work remotely, you're competing with the entire world. And then all of a sudden it's impossible to compete. It's so hard to compete with people, especially because not everybody's even bringing to the table skill. They're bringing, people in China are bringing low wage. You know what I mean? And sometimes that trumps, no matter how much skill you have, being able to pay somebody a tenth the price of what they'd have to pay you is sometimes the more appealing offer, right? So the concept of the dominance hierarchy is all about being able to move upward, having upward mobility that keeps you getting up out of bed every day, keeps you going into work, keeps you striving for improvement and all those things. That's part of the dominance hierarchy. And among smaller groups, like working in town, working at a factory, working in a place where you can move up the ladder, or not even just in work, but in school, in anything, in church, being able to move up to higher positions, not so that you have dominance over other people, so to speak, but that you have accomplished more and more responsibility, more and more, I don't want to say like prestige. It's not like you're doing this for the sake of look at me, but it's like it's accomplishment. It's actually getting somewhere and having it provides meaning to the soul to actually be able to challenge yourself and meet that challenge day after day, day in and day out, over and over and over again. And so the concept of the Tower of Babel is a metaphorical story about that dominance hierarchy collapsing. And I think that's, as I discussed before, what is the internet is effectively doing in a lot of industry, right? Anyway, back to our discussion here. But yeah, the problem about what you said about different groups is a good thing, even if it causes discourse. The problem is that you have nomads, or what's the MMORPG name for it? What's that class?
Aggro?
No.
NPC?
No. They're not like a thief, but like a not a maverick. What are they called? Like a rogue. Yeah, you got rogues that meld between groups and just show up to wreak havoc. You know what I mean? And I think that is what we're seeing kind of in the ultimate grand scheme of communism, communist takeover, is to make it impossible to run any sort of business, because you're going to have complaints no matter what from people who aren't even customers, and that's the nature of Twitter, you know. So continuing here, and actually I'll run with that point into this next one. Do you guys know about the house in Fata Morgana?
Nope.
Is that a game?
Okay. Yes, it's a game localized by Manga Gamer. They changed a line from tsundere to fragile male ego. Now, I'll be real. I don't want to cover this because I so don't give a shit. But I will say, once again, that if you think about this from the perspective that I laid out, about people using the terminology that they're familiar with, I actually think that in this case, this is a pretty good translation.
I wouldn't go gender with it though. Frail ego,
Well,
yeah.
because the character is male. That's the
Yeah.
point.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is that if you have a female character who is insulting a male character by referring to him as tsundere, and you don't want to use the word tsundere in your translation because it's like you don't use the word in its definition of itself. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to actually translate it, you might as well use an English set of words, right? And because there isn't an equivalent, this is actually a decent localization, I think, to convey what you would be saying. Like if you told Vegeta that he was tsundere, right? Effectively what you're doing is you're saying you're just a big softie or something like that. You know what I mean? Like there's ways to say it, and I think that this is as acceptable of a line as you're going to get, right? Could there have been other ones? Yeah, probably. But I actually don't think this is a big deal. And I really do not want to be constantly going up to bat for Manga Gamer, especially after they fucked us over on the 2018 grab bag video that you were in, Augie, where I gave them a bunch of money to make us a grab bag on the spot, and they burned us with bullshit in it, right? Yeah, I don't really want to be defending them, but I can't help but feel like, so let me just express it here. This is what the person says. This is the translator. You'll notice the trans flag in the bio, right? And in the as they go on to talk about here, trans flag and pronouns in the Bible in the bio. They said, fun fact, in the Japanese, Morgana is calling him a tsundere. Here, and you have no fucking idea how many brainstorming sessions it took over several weeks to come up with this translation. He said, how's your fragile male ego holding up? Right? That Morgana said that to whoever this guy's name is. I forget his name. Jacobo. Right? Now, I want to point out when they said, you have no fucking idea how many brainstorming sessions it took over several weeks to come up with this translation. This tells me that this wasn't an easy line to come up with, and that they had to think over and over again, like, what can we use here? Does this fit? Right? And it's like, I think it fits as good as you might. I can't think of something better, you know? Now people complain and say, like, why didn't you just use the term tsundere? And they talk about how they've used it in other things. I can understand the argument that this might not be the appropriate setting for it, given the period place it's set in, you know, that it seems like it'd be like using the word social distancing in fucking medieval Japan or medieval fictional like Dracula Castle kind of, I don't know. It'd be kind of out of place, right? Anyway, or the word woke, right? It would be kind of weird. Anyway, so continuing here, Manga Gamer defend the House and Fata Morgana agenda-driven localization changes, to which I'm going to say, yeah, fucking of course they're going to. Of course they're going to defend their employee who works for them, who was with them with the brainstorming sessions. Of course they are, you know? And again, I don't want to just like blindly defend Manga Gamer because they weren't exactly great to us when I was with them in person, right? But I have to go back to what I said before about like you can't please everybody. You know what I mean?
Niche, or they're trying to grab more of an audience. If you grab more of an audience, then I don't know where they said tsundere. They don't understand that word unless they have to go look it up.
Well, that's what the argument people made was that you use the word tsundere, the people who understand it will laugh at it, and the people who don't will look it up, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, I guess that works, but honestly, the line isn't that charged. I don't know why. Like, literally, I kind of feel bad because it's like the only person who's getting triggered over this line are the people who actually have a fragile ego. You know what I mean? And they see it as they are projecting their anger back out. Like, don't talk about my ego.
You know, trigger is one of those words you complained about earlier.
I know. I love using the exact word. I use words from both groups because I just love being the object of everyone's hate. So
It boosts your popularity. I mean,
Yep,
What else
so
is
popular.
this one?
That's why I get ratioed with everything I say, and by ratioed I mean ignored. So the House and Fata Morgana's localizers past tweets revel in misandry. Now I'm actually only sharing this because I'm trying to find out what the show is, because I can totally make that shirt with the embroidered little papaya or whatever the fuck it is, mango. Anyway, so yeah, but this person, okay, so I want to point out real quick, there is an archive of this person's Twitter account, and this line actually was added recently, so it might be a Jamie Markey style badge of honor. It just says lesbian translations with extreme hate of men for hire, right? So I'm assuming that that is a line that was added to take on the, like, you know, when you take on the accusation, right? Like, well, yeah, go fuck yourself, right? So anyway, but yeah, the lines are kind of like iffy. So for instance, hey, look, they have the same filter I had on earlier, Reese.
Yeah.
Okay, that joke's over. Nobody's gonna get that. So they're saying, well, stuff like this one. They say, not an entirely inaccurate representation of men. So, like, I guess this character, who I think is lesbian, I don't know. This is from, I think, Oh Maiden. I forget the name of the show.
Meg Means in the Savage Season or something like that.
Something like that. This is just the greatest job here. So anyway, those three guys turn out, they're shown as devils in that girl's view. Anyway, there's a lot more. There legitimately is a lot more to it. So I'm not going to say that one angry gamer is grasping at straws here. I'm not going to say that at all. But I mean, it's like one fucking line. Like, actually play the game and find other lines before I'm going to get upset about this.
It's Animal Crossing all over again. Can we continue, please? Or is there one specific you want to show?
We call that Force, Society, and Men. That's now 3 episodes in a row with women killed to make shitty men feel emotions. Once again, men afraid of women's sexuality use their power to try to suppress it. This is an ideological position. Anyway, there's a lot. Delete straight men.
So
delete straight boys too.
So what does that flag mean anyway? Right next to the name.
It's a trans flag.
Oh. Yeah.
God knows what it means. Anyway, yeah, so just a bunch of bullshit. I don't care. I don't care about Manga Gamer. I'm never going to play this game. I'm not going to get upset over this. I can understand other people's frustration with it. I think the line is fine. You're welcome to disagree. And you're welcome to make an argument if you think that something I've missed, but I just really don't care. Anyway, moving on. We got a couple of quick reads and a couple of not quick reads regarding coronavirus news. Mostly quick reads, though. Some of them funny if this is going to load. Load! Could have already read all of them by now. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Returning Chinese school children wear 1 meter hats due to coronavirus. So the grand conspiracy all this time has been to make Chinese school children look stupid. And it worked. Also, Hunter says I can make the best boy hat from Yaomushi Pedal. I'll have to watch Yaomushi Pedal, but I could.
If you can find a screen cap, Headhunter, please post it in the submissions and the Stuff We channel on the Discord.
I mean, I plan on watching the show eventually, but also, just so everybody knows, we're doing the watch club for Master of Mesquite next podcast, because I can't devote any extra time because, again, supposed to have started at 3. It is now almost 7. Oh my God, load. Okay. So anyway, you can see here the picture of them with the stupid hats on. Moving on.
Holy shit. Oh God. We lose
Load the counter.
When did we lose FDDNM?
I don't know. I don't have the privileges as you and AC have for some reason. As I'm holding up if you remember the new type case I fabricated, I'm finally going through and trying to put all the discs in.
Yeah.
So, look at all that 2005. That's what's there. Yeah, 2005 stuff. Ooh, and he's back with a cut count 12. They got.
I just noticed we lost FDDNM
No.
too.
Yeah, we lost FDDNM with. So yeah, I never even clicked over. I guess I clicked on Hunter's comment. That's why I guess that did that.
Yeah.
That really threw me for a loop for a second.
It's just a mistake. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so.
Edit.
That's cruel. That is just dark humor. Why?
Malaysia erecting barbed wire. That's actually razor wire, I think.
Yeah.
When it loops around like that, that's razor wire, not barbed wire. To keep people at home. So yeah, there's a whole video about them like rolling it out. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. Anyway, this is from like 4 weeks ago when I decided to just push this over so that we didn't have to discuss it with Flip Otaku, who, by the way, I just want to give a shout out to. Thank you again for coming on this cursed podcast with us.
Thank you, Flip.
30-second Anpanman children's anime film delayed due to coronavirus. Latest Pokemon anime film, Pokemon the movie Coco, gets postponed due to coronavirus. Whatever the fuck that name is about, I don't know. There's a shirt I can make, Ash. And a hat, but I won't make that hat because I think there's probably... Also, Mamoru Oshii's Vlad Love anime delayed due to COVID-19, which I just will use this as another excuse to make sure we remember that this is a thing.
Yeah.
A lot of vampire things coming out, actually, come to think of it. Longest running anime Sazai-san goes on hiatus for the second time in history due to COVID-19.
Making history.
28-year-old sumo wrestler dies after contracting the coronavirus. It's almost like obesity is a comorbidity issue.
Well,
he was only 28, man.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Fatso. I mean, Yokozuna Fatso.
Jesus,
All right, Japan. Why am I so inappropriate when people die? Japan lengthened state of emergency to the end of May. Japan releases state of emergency in 39 prefectures, including Osaka and Kyoto. The coronavirus is making Japan's suicide rate plummet. Hooray!
yay.
This is hilarious to me. 1,814 people took their lives in April of 2019. For April of 2020, though, the number dropped to 19.8% to only 1,455 people, which is the lowest for April in at least the past 5 years.
Now,
So, yeah, coronavirus is so bad that people don't even want to kill themselves.
the study I read is right now with people less driving and not getting wrecks, there's less organ donors around now to give organs to people.
How will we ever survive? This is the first world problem of all first world problems.
What I just said, or the pen?
No, the idea that like, oh God, what am I gonna do? There's no organ donors. Like, you're gonna take a chill pill and recognize you were probably gonna die anyway.
Ooh.
So ridiculous Japanese TV program says English pronunciation is to blame for the coronavirus spread. Now, I thought this was actually really fun. There's a couple of things that Sora News 24 just writes off as ridiculous that I think this is brilliant, right? We're going to talk about two of them tonight. Yes, this is a pen. but this is definitely not the reason Japan has fewer coronavirus cases. Japan has a large, high-density population and primarily relies on public transportation. Businesses have historically been resistant to telecommuting, and the small size of homes severely limit how much you can stockpile on supplies, forcing frequent shopping trips. All those factors seem like they would have led to an explosion of coronavirus infections. But so far, Japan has only had about 16,000 reported cases. By comparison, the U.S., which has a population roughly 3 times as large as Japan's, has had nearly 1.6 million infections. And the UK, with about half the population of Japan, has had some 250,000 cases. Some say Japan's reported number is artificially low due to less extensive testing in the country. But Japan has also had remarkably few deaths from the coronavirus, with just 784 compared to 35,704 for the UK and 93,806 for the US. So unless there's some secret mass grave where the Japanese government is stashing bodies, Japan really is weathering the coronavirus pandemic extraordinarily well. But how? Here, with a baffling theory, is Japanese broadcaster TBS in a video shared by Bloomberg's Kurumi Mori. Okay, forgive me as I stop screen sharing so that you can actually hear this. Screen share. Brave tab. Share audio. Share. All right, you guys ready for this?
We're ready for this.
It's important that you watch the video because if you just hear it, won't make sense.
This is a pen.
Can barely hear it.
So the idea is that because we have more words with P's, that when you say this is a pen in Japanese, look at how much the little tissue moves.
Yep.
This is a
That's
pen.
English. This is a pen, right?
This is a pen.
So when you say "pa," the idea is that you're spreading germs way, way farther when you speak English, right?
What?
Which I think is funny,
There's our white privilege right there.
right? See, but the other thing is that in Japan, they don't really shake hands. They bow. There's all these things that they're not taking into consideration, right? So the clip from an unspecified TBS Talk news program shows a Japanese woman in profile with a piece of paper clipped in front of her face. First, she speaks in Japanese, saying, "Kore wa pen desu," which means this is a pen. As she does, the paper sways moderately in front of her. Next, she says, "This is a pen," in English. And this time, the paper snaps violently back with the gale force breath that emanated from her mouth as she says "pen," which actually seems like a freaking it almost seems like they've got like a fan that they're like turning on, right? It goes so far, and she's like, "This is a pen," right?
Welcome back to Dead Devices Connected DDM.
Anyway,
The date word is pen.
next she says, "This is a pen." I already read that. Cut to the studio where one of the presenters declares "sugoi" or "amazing" in English, right? Even though it's the same pen, the amount of breath expelled was really different between English and Japanese, wasn't it? Yes, because when I say "this is a pen," I say "this is a pen," right?
We should just call the podcast that "This
Just
is a
make that
pen."
shirt.
Oh. Even though it's the same pen, the amount of breath expelled is really different between English and Japanese, wasn't it? Observes another presenter. All while the text at the upper right corner of the screen reads, "The reason why the spread of infections has been slow in Japan. The difference in pronunciation between the languages used." So there's a lot wrong with this theory, or at least in how it's being presented here. Plus a few red flags that make one think whoever came up with it might not have a very strong linguistic background. First off, With a lot of English, while a lot of English loan words end up with corrupted pronunciations in Japan or in Japanese, pen isn't one of them. It's pronounced exactly the same way in Japanese as it is in English. So right off the bat, it's kind of weird that TBS is using the word pronunciation when they're really talking about how strongly a word is being emphasized within a sentence. But more important is the fact that no one speaks English like the woman in the video does. I mean, I do from now on. Right? It's impossible. It's impossible because before long, someone will punch you in the throat for all the annoying wind you're blasting into their face, crushing your trachea and rendering you unable to speak. There's also the fact that if you speak Japanese with the same unnatural level of intense focus on the word pen with which the woman in the video speaks English, you can blow back a paper just as dramatically as several helpful Twitter users have. Damn it, come on, I want to see it. Okay.
Humanized SpongeBob says pen.
This is a pen. これはペンです. This is a pen. これはペンです.
He's barely. You need a tissue, man. That wasn't good at all. Correct pronunciation of a Japanese. You need like the kind of
ペンです。これはペンです。これは
Why is that so funny?
They're obsessed with the
Making
word.
the theory even fishier. What's up?
They're obsessed with the word of pen.
Making the theory even fishier is the example sentence TBS chose to use. This is a pen is often the very first English phrase students in Japan learn. And even within the country, it's become such a cliche that it's often a symbol
In
of someone who
Japan?
actually. What's up? What? Okay, FDDNM. Oh, was I supposed to emphasize pen? It's become such a cliche that it's often a symbol of someone who actually isn't very knowledgeable about the language. Holding it up as an example of things English speakers say is like starting your discussion of the Japanese diet with Japanese people eat a lot of teriyaki beef. No, they don't. That's just a popular menu item at westernized Japanese restaurants overseas. Two can play at that game, boo-boo.
This is a pen. これはペンです。六本木。Wingardium Leviosa. Pina Pinina Papanina Pemberito!
What's her channel? We should probably promote her.
You mean her Twitter?
Oh, that's a Twitter? Oh, never mind. That was YouTube.
No, her Twitter is @_Shiopan. Should be Shiopan, am I right? Now it's entirely possible that Japanese and English, by virtue of their different available sound sets and specific vocabulary, might actually involve different frequencies and forces of exhaling during an average conversation. TBS's "This is a pen" example doesn't do anything to establish that, though, and you can even go so far as to say it's dangerously irresponsible of them to imply, hey, as long as you're speaking Japanese, you probably won't catch the coronavirus. Yes, the coronavirus is deeply racist. And if the program really just wanted to give Japan a pat on the back, it could have highlighted Japan's cultural willingness to wear masks, schools' decisions to shut down before the pandemic got really out of hand, or the complete lack of large-scale, we refuse to stay home because the government told us to, style public protest gatherings. Well, all right, you can say that because the Japanese are weak-willed, but America for the win on that one. Civil disobedience, everybody, I encourage it. Honestly, I'm actually a little worried about a new wave of infections being set off by all the examples tying TBS's ridiculous demonstration is causing. So yeah, I think that there is probably something to be said about. I think that the funny thing about this is, yeah, Sword News 24 is making a great argument for this, but I also think that they're reading into the example way too much, because I do think that the way that I talk specifically compared to the way that you know, like the way a Japanese guy would talk, probably I am spittling a lot more. In fact, as I'm sitting there editing the Broly video, you can actually see it in the video that I already uploaded for them leaving Bulma there. You can see spit shooting out of my mouth while I'm ranting. So I seriously think that they're onto something to a degree, right? Anyway, so let me stop screen sharing this and start screen sharing again, because I can't go to the next tab if I don't.
Oh.
You know, if it didn't take an hour, why is it scrolling on the other screen now? What is going on? Foot numb. I'm getting the spinning wheel. Hold on. There we go. Share.
Doom.
Reese, I might have to just dictate to you all the stuff that needs to be going on.
Okay.
I mean, I still have to like do the screen sharing. All right, Harajuku crowded during coronavirus. TV show slammed for using old footage to incite panic. So I think we covered this actually.
Huh.
Yeah, I think we did.
Still doing that?
Yep.
Wow.
So
It's just lazy.
Uh,
Not ethical, but
lazy? No, I don't think it's lazy. I think it's deliberate incitement of panic, as they said, right?
Yeah.
So actually, I've been reading a book. I finished. Camera on me, Reese. I finished this book. Let me read you guys the opening. I want to read you guys the opening to this book real quick.
be sure to pronounce your P's correctly.
pronounce your P's.
Please.
Please.
Hurry, because I gotta go pee.
Okay. All right. So they're talking. This book is in the preface, right? This is a professor at a college just talking about like references to like things going Super Saiyan and stuff, and like this cultural zeitgeist that everybody in the classroom knew what that meant, whether they were super young or super old. Everybody knew what that concept was, right? So they say, I mostly forgot about the two events until I was idly going through the channels a few weeks later and stumbled across Saturday morning. Curious, I hit the grid function on my remote to see what was actually on Saturday morning anymore. I'll be honest, it had been over a decade since I had last watched Saturday morning cartoons. I had stopped sometime around 2000, deciding I preferred to stay up late watching television and sleeping in on the weekend. Yet, even with that, I had some assumptions about what would be on Saturday morning. What I found was not a single American program. Not one. It was 100% anime when I turned on that television. Not a single program I could find during the Saturday morning block was produced in the United States, and it was mostly Yu-Gi-Oh! All 37 seasons of it. The program I actually recognized from my own youth was Dragon Ball Z in the form of Dragon Ball Z Kai. I realized then, looking at the schedule, that was mostly Yu-Gi-Oh!, Dragon Ball Z Kai, and Sonic X, that I now understood my two sets of student states of confusion. Anyway, great opening to this book. After chapter 2, all downhill. This book sucks.
Who published it?
But
Was that true?
I'm reading this book now. Now this is just the desk cover because I've got the actual book in the car, but I also got the hardcover version of it because I like to have hardcover versions of books. This book has been unbelievably amazing. Like every other sentence, I'm like, holy fucking shit! Like that makes so much sense. I wish I had read this years ago. One of the things that they talk about in this, though, is the concept of falsifying news and how it's expected in Japan. or how more specifically, while it's not tolerated in America, I think I took notes on the actual page. Let me see if I wrote them down here.
I can't believe you pronounce ewes as utes. I think you showed this book off before, like a few
I have.
podcasts ago.
Yeah.
Several times.
When I
yeah.
started reading it, though, is the thing. Okay. I think it's going to be page 16. Fuck, that's going to take too long. Anyway, I'll talk about it another time. But the idea is that when like they talk about footage from war, right? In a showcasing of scenes of like the battlefield or something, and how in America, when it was discovered that they were splicing in footage from completely different areas, there was a huge outcry, right? But in Japan, when that was happening, they approved of it and it was expected. And it has to do with this concept that they discussed in the book about how Japanese film is presentational, or rather film is in the West is presentational, and in Japanese it's representational. And the idea is this concept that in Japan, like in America, there's this real subtle way of acting where actors look as though they're actually feeling the emotion that they're depicting on screen. Whereas in Japan, somebody having despair is, like just like the overacting to the point of representing it for like a stage audience, right? And I'm thinking about, they're talking about how Japanese news doesn't like, and this is back in the late 1800s, talking about Japanese news not using footage of the actual event, largely because you have to fucking be there to get footage of it, right? And they're all often recalling things. And I think to those Asian 3D recreations of the events, you know how they do on Asian media? How they have like the 3D models that vaguely look like the suspect or whatever, and they reenact that's fucking exactly what they do now, And it's so crazy because they talk about how these first of all, I'll just say everybody who likes anime, you should read this book. It's amazing, right? But they talk about how back in the day when film was being made in Japan, you have to crank a camera, right? In American film, when you play back film, it's often sped up, right? Because they're not cranking fast enough, right? Because when you crank film, you're getting, for every time the camera goes around, you're getting another opening of the shutter, and the film reel goes forward one, and then you get the opening and you expose it, right? So if you're going faster, you have to go 30 times in a second, right, to get 30 frames per second, right? But in Japan, they purposely cranked it slow to save film, right? And you think about how that translates back to anime frame rates and whatnot. Anyway, it's really interesting. A very worthwhile read. Back to this though. That was my jump off for a little tangent. I hope you enjoyed it.
Compare that to the U.S. Godzilla, with you have the Japanese footage, then you have the straight deadpan Raymond Burr scenes. It almost seems comical. But
In the new Godzilla, or the
when you're talking about, I immediately thought of the Matthew Broderick Godzilla when you started talking about that.
not Zilla.
You're talking about the Tokusatsu Power Ranger from Sentai style Godzilla, where they spliced in American actors and stuff.
Yeah.
I assume. By the way, I started watching Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad, and it is so abundantly obvious where all the Japanese shots are. It's so funny how they try to hide it. Like, phone companies have been experiencing, like outages everywhere, including Japan. Shot of Japan, people freaking out over the phone's not working.
Sounds like Super Defense Force, or Perfectual Super Defense Force inspired. But then again,
so anyway, continuing here, poor social crotch distancing, closed schools raise teen pregnancy risk in Japan, hospital says. So
that's a dumb.
I mean, this is a good thing for the
I know, right? That's exactly what I said. That's what I said. That for a country that's not fucking, this is kind of good news, especially if they do lose a lot of elderly in the coronavirus. But my wife gave me the sobering reality that there is a whole population in Japan of unwanted children that get raised by these government entities and fed to demons. No, that's another thing. Promise Neverland. Anyway, continuing here. I'm not even going to bother to read it.
Okay.
I don't have time.
Let's go. Go. Click
I'm
it off.
trying. It's loading. Coronavirus survivors are permanently disqualified from joining the U.S. military, recruitment memo suggests. So, guys,
Corona
if you want to get out of the draft, here is your ticket. Start licking everything. It says here, during the medical history interview or examination, a history of COVID-19 confirmed by either a laboratory test or a clinical diagnosis is permanently disqualifying, the memo reads. God damn it, scroll down. Oh my God.
Well, at least it's highlighted. You have something for you.
If an applicant seems likely positive for the coronavirus, they can return to the MEPS, which is the Military Entrance Processing Station, if they're symptom-free after 14 days. Anyone who tests positive through a lab test or clinical diagnosis can return to the MEPS 28 days after their diagnosis. However, their application will be marked as permanently disqualified.
Ooh.
So it says you can request a waiver, but they talk about how there's like no review authority. And anyway, I just thought that was funny. Also, I wanted to ask my friend Dan how it's going because he's stuck in Afghanistan and they've like shut down all operations because of the COVID-19. Also, the Chinese media says that the U.S. must listen to the civilized world and stop questioning the Communist Party.
Fuck you, Communist Party, you dick.
We're just going to ignore that. Most of us don't even know that you said that.
Yeah, so continuing, calls for China exit mount as Japan reviews economic security. Now, I just want to point out the billion words this picture says. Look at Trump in his relationship to Abe, and look at motherfucking Winnie the Flu over here.
Yeah.
So I told you guys, World War III.
I like
which I would
how
call-
Abe is like. I like how Abe is social distancing from Winnie the Flu and just like
Yeah.
buddy with Trump.
Yeah.
Just scoot the chair like just 2 inches to the right.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, they're allies.
This
Why
is
wouldn't we, but-
no, but this is literally like the weird kid at the lunch table, right? That everybody like scoots away from it at lunchtime in school. You know, that's fucking China right now, and there's going to be some pretty significant repercussions, I think, from this. Okay, I told you guys, I'm telling you, probably in the next 5 years, we're going to be another world war. Okay, and I'm going to present my case in this podcast. Managing the coming global debt crisis. Now, this is a great read that I'm not going to do on the podcast other than this quick highlighted moment, just to point out something here. Remittances are poised to fall by an additional $100 billion this year. Developing countries' oil and gas revenues may plunge by 85%. Global trade is on course to fall by up to 32%, 3 times as much as in 2009. All this is unfolding against the backdrop of a plague of locusts in Africa. Do you guys remember when I told you about what led up to Nazi Germany with Jacob Schiff, founder of the Anti-Defamation League, with Jacob Schiff rallying people to boycott German products? And then in Germany, their gross like revenue as a country came from their exports, and they were at a severe risk of starving to death because of these boycotts. So they started boycotting Jewish businesses in Germany and all that. Remember I talked about that? So I want to tell you what happens when the engine of your economic system stops running. What does a country do? What does Saudi Arabia do when they have become accustomed to a certain way of life, and then all of a sudden that gets cut off like cold turkey one day, and it doesn't get turned back on for half a year, a full year, year and a half. What happens? What happens to those people? What do they do?
They get jealous of America.
Well, think about it. Think about what a country does if your economic machine shuts down. Do you just sit there and starve to death?
No.
You don't. You do oftentimes dumb things. So I'm telling you guys, this is coming. All right. And when it happens, it's going to happen hard and fast. Probably a war in our time is going to take like a week, if that. And everything, like the majority of it's going to be over that quickly. Like they won't even know what to report before it's pretty much already over, you know? Now, I want to point out some other news that I have to cover. Chinese government ships entered Japanese waters near Senkakus for a second day in a row. So this is a couple of islands off the coast of Japan that Japan believes is theirs, and China believes is theirs. Once again, seems like the most appropriate action to take, China, while all this is going on, to get real hoity-toity about who owns these islands, right? I mean, is there rare earth minerals? Is the cure for the coronavirus stored there? Like, come on, guys. Of course! Sorry. So 2 Chinese Coast Guard vessels entered Japanese territorial waters off the Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea on Saturday, marking the second straight day Chinese government ships sailed in the waters. Naha, 2 Chinese Coast Guard vessels entered Japanese territorial waters. This is pretty much the same thing. No, literally the exact same thing. Why do you do that to me? Why do you put that as the caption for? Like, I couldn't think of anything. Here's some islands. Just put that. On Friday, 4 hygiene ships from the Chinese Coast Guard intruded into the Japanese waters around the islands, which are also claimed by China, where they are known as the Daio. 2 of the vessels then approached a Japanese fishing boat operating there, briefly chasing the vessel. Something about ships, man. Something about ships in war. Every damn time, right? The 2 hygiene ships that entered Japanese waters on Saturday were spotted staying near the same Japanese boat. The Japan Coast Guard's 11th Regional Headquarters in Naha sent patrol ships and urged the Chinese vessels to leave the area. It was the 9th time this year that Chinese government ships had crossed into Japanese waters. The 2 hygiene ships entered the Japanese waters around 6:05 p.m. Saturday at a point west of Uotsuri Island, one of the Senkakus, according to the Regional Coast Guard headquarters. They were about 11 kilometers north-northwest of Uotsuri as of 9:40 p.m., with the Japan Coast Guard remaining on alert to ensure the safety of the Japanese fishing boat. According to the Japan Coast Guard, Chinese government ships entered the Japanese waters around the Senkakus for 2 consecutive days for the first time since August 2016, when hygiene ships sailed there for 3 days in a row. On Friday, Tokyo lodged a protest with Beijing over the earlier incident via a call to the Chinese embassy in Tokyo by Shigeki Takizaki, Director General of Japan Foreign Ministry's Asian and Oceanian Affairs Bureau, and a similar call from the Japanese embassy in Beijing to the Chinese Foreign Ministry, a Japanese government source said. Now, this would be one thing on its own, right?
You do know this has been going on for quite some time, so what's
yes. Japan could carry the day in a U.S.-China conflict. Japan's military rise has been stealthy but strong and is increasingly concentrated on China's perceived threat. When Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said last month that the COVID-19 pandemic was the biggest national crisis since World War II, it was widely overlooked that just weeks earlier his government passed by far the nation's biggest defense budget since the end of that conflict. The Japanese Diet, or Parliament, approved a whopping US $46.3 billion defense budget on March 27th, replete with earmarks for new hypersonic anti-ship missiles and helicopter carrier upgrades that will allow for the carrying of Lockheed Martin F-35B stealth fighters. Also, just pointing out, we're using the image with the rising sun. Just pointing that fucking out real quick.
Well, that's the Defense Force.
And a bunch of ascots. They look so Boy Scouty. Defense-related spending in Japan has traditionally aimed chiefly to shield against neighboring North Korea's nuclear threat. But the new ramped-up spending is more clearly pointed towards an expansionist and increasingly assertive China, according to Japanese military insiders. It is China, not North Korea, that is the main concern. Obviously, North Korea is a fucking joke. It always has been, said a Japanese official who requested anonymity. As the U.S. ramps up COVID-19 inspired threats against China and fears of a possible armed conflict mount, many strategic analysts have speculated that the Asia-Pacific's strategic balance may have shifted in favor of China in sight of its fast-rising military might and capabilities. But that calculus often overlooks Japan's stealthier military progress and the support it could provide the U.S. in any potential conflict scenario, including through new weapon systems designed specifically to counter China's new age military assets, including aircraft carriers. Exhibit A is Japan's new hypersonic anti-ship missile, which is specifically designed to pose a threat to Chinese aircraft carriers in the East and South China Seas. The missile, qualified as a, quote, game changer by the Japanese defense establishment, can glide at high speed and follow complex patterns, making it difficult to intercept with existing anti-missile shields. I mean, it looks like N64 graphics, so maybe they don't have anything to worry about.
Simulation.
Japan's hypersonic missile is a direct response to China's years-long campaign of maritime land grabs and fortress construction in the South and East China Seas. When finally put into service, Japan will be the fourth country in the world, after the United States, Russia, and China, to be armed with hypersonic gliding technology. You know, as we do. New spending will also go towards deploying Japan's first real aircraft carrier since World War II, as well as enhancing its space security, including through research into using electronic waves to disrupt what the budget terms, quote, enemy communication systems, likely meaning China's. Japan's bolstered naval capacities will allow it to monitor or from its main and outlying islands, even interdict, which is an interesting word, interdict Chinese naval forces from breaking out of the Yellow Sea into the Pacific in a potential conflict scenario. In April 2018, moreover, Japan inaugurated its first maritime unit since World War II, serving under the military's Amphibious Rapid Deployment Brigade. It is ready for action anywhere in the immediate maritime region. Some observers believe that the Japanese Navy is now as capable and possibly superior to any force in the Pacific, including China. Meanwhile, more China-oriented defense spending is on the way. Military defense forecasts show that the defense budget will increase to $48.4 billion in fiscal 2021 and raise to $56.7 billion by 2024. That would appear to be in conflict with Japan's pacifist 1947 constitution imposed on it by the U.S. after its defeat in World War II to prevent a repeat of its invasion across the region. All that's going out the window. I'm telling you guys, the world is not going to look the same in 10 years. Japan's defense budget is still maintained at 1% of gross domestic product, GDP, which is why it's important, by the way, for all of us to buy as much anime as we can, because if Japan gets nuked again, a lot of stuff is going to be missing. In fact, that book I'm reading talks about how 2/3 of every Japanese film that's ever been made is lost, largely because of the bombings and because of occupation where we banned footage and stuff like that. Anyway, Japan's defense budget still maintained 1% of gross domestic product, a rule imposed by the late 1950s to prevent Japan from becoming a military superpower, an era when memories of the country's wartime atrocities were still fresh. It'd be funny if they're like, okay, 1% of our gross domestic product, they ramp up production, they become the most lucrative country in the world, and 1% becomes rivaling our, what is it, like $400 billion domestic military budget. Anyway. But with China's recent strong emergence as a military power, that budgetary limit looks increasingly anachronistic and could soon be lifted if defense hawks in Tokyo have their way. By law, the former expansionist power self-defense forces are still not permitted to maintain armed forces with war potential. But since its formation in 1954, SDF has quietly grown into one of the world's most powerful, if not understated, militaries. Indeed, Japan has the world's 8th largest military budget, trailing only the US, China, India, Russia, Saudi Arabia, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Wow, I got to tell you, I do not think of India as a military superpower. That never crossed my mind.
The British territory. They use them quite a lot.
According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, a think tank.
XC, are you still on?
Equipped from the U.S. That includes a wide range of missiles, fighter planes. Yes?
He froze.
I got a weird lag, but
Well, anyway, I think you guys get the gist of it. This kind of feels like it's coming out of nowhere, though, doesn't it? This is an interesting microphone strategy you've got going on there, Hoppe.
I can't comment. I wish I can, but I can't comment.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. Okay.
I'm gonna jump past this article because I think it's just gonna be a lot of stuff that the gist of it is Japan's ramping up, right? And I largely think Japan is the U.S. military arm, as they're kind of hinting at here, in Asia. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna talk to you guys off stream at some point. I want to tell you something that a friend of mine in the military presented to me 6 years ago. 6 fucking years ago, man. I have to tell you, but I don't want to bring it up on stream just yet.
On stream. Save it for later.
Also, doctors at the UPMC Pittsburgh have released today they found a COVID cure and are submitting it for FDA approval and safety testing. So how much do we want to bet one or more will mysteriously die? Posted the 2nd of April, 2020. What the fuck did I say? 4th of May. Coronavirus researcher nearing very significant findings dead in apparent murder-suicide. Literally the exact person they're talking about. UPMC in Pittsburgh. Right? So, again, it's not about a cure. It's about power. Also, here's an image. So I'm sharing the image because I think that it conveys the information concisely. President of Tanzania, John Magufuli, has outsmarted somebody. He allowed coronavirus testing kits to be imported into his country. He instructed that they be checked by Tanzanian security officials. They tested non-human samples, including a goat and a pawpaw fruit. The tests were given human names and ages as they were sent off for results. They tested positive, a fruit and a goat. President Magufuli said something is happening. Now, I'm posting again. I'm sharing the information here from the Facebook meme because it's straight and concise, but this is actually something that happened. And I've got a couple of articles here just to show you some. So Africa News, this is a major news station in South Africa and other more advanced parts of Africa that actually have TV. They talked about this. There was a news segment on it. There's also NPR. Choose your poison, whichever one you agree with. Tanzania's president blames fake positive tests in the spike in coronavirus cases, and they talk about the pawpaw fruit and all that shit. The Independent, Tanzania coronavirus kits raise suspicion after goat and pawpaw test positive. Right now, even fucking. Oh dear God! Sorry, video started playing automatically. There we go. Even Snopes had to put it as unproven. Right? Because they couldn't actually disprove it, the meme. Right? So just throwing that out there. I think that there's quite a lot of bullshit going on right now. Now continuing, let us actually we'll talk about these quickly. We'll do pickups. So a Hong Kong shop concocts tear gas flavored ice cream. And the purpose of this is to remind the people of Hong Kong, hey, I know that we're distracted by the coronavirus, but we were fighting for independence just like a couple months ago. So maybe we could keep that spirit alive. Right. So yeah. Free Hong Kong. # Free Hong Kong. Also, Takami Asano, the guitarist of the Japanese pop band Godigo, who did the opening to Galaxy Express 39, passed away. So that sucks. Let's do pickups. You know, one time,
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. One time, when I was in school, we had like a rally every Wednesday for like our chapel, because I went to a Christian high school. And there was this one day where there was this one kid who used to go to our school, but left somewhere. But he was like a really liked person at the school by a lot. Like everybody knew who he was, right? And the principal of the school came up to the podium and in a real somber tone let us know that the night before, that kid and somebody else were driving late at night, and they hit the median in the middle of the road after an intersection, and it flipped their car, and he's in critical condition. And he went through all the details that he's alive. They saved him, but here's where it's at. We got to be praying for this guy. And then he gives us all this like heart-wrenching news, because everybody knew this kid that was in this accident. And then immediately after that, these two girls have to go up there and be like, so about the cheer club meeting, like their thing immediately after that. That's me after every death we report on.
No segue whatsoever.
Right. All right. So who wants to go first in their pickups?
You can.
Me, if you can hear me.
I can hear you. FDM, go first.
Okay. 1 sec. I'll grab the physical beings and then turn on my camera.
Physical beings?
Beings, as in their entities. Okay. Data Live 3. I don't even have Data Live 2 because I was eyeing up if an art box did exist, because they had that preview photo which looked very deceptive. And then we have the Quintessential Quintuplet Season 1. And I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a little nick or two in the spine, which I'm sad about because it's otherwise pretty good condition. But I don't know if the whole return thing's working at the moment, because they haven't charged me for my next return, which is like a couple months out of date at this point, I'd think. But I'm assuming there's an exception. But yeah, this is one of the more recent shows that I've watched in the past year or two, because I don't watch a whole lot of recent shows, but I really liked it compared to Bokuben, the one we were talking about. They feel like very similar shows, because it's about like a tutor who needs to tutor people who are stupid or whatever, and they're poor and all this stuff. But it's the better of the two shows, because what I wanted to say earlier was Bokuben's ending was terrible. It's not that it was like, oh, here's some bad thing that happens, like, oh, all the characters die and or something. No, it's just it was dumb. It's a slice of life show, and it just had a dumb ending for season 2 anyway.
Dude, have you seen Royal Tutor?
No. Why is that another show like that?
It's a very similar show, but he's trying to teach these
young princes or something.
Low-witted Bishonens.
Okay.
The difference between those shows isn't that a guy teaching other guys? So, I mean, unless you're into yaoi shipping, it's not the same experience.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm done.
So you have Bokuben? You have a physical release
I
of Bokuben?
have Bokuben. It hasn't been released yet.
I missed
Not
that
yet.
part,
That's
but
Aniplex.
Okay. Gotcha. So who's going next? Augie?
All right, I'll go next. So first
10
off,
pixels,
I have-
Augie.
Can you hear me, AC?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So first off, I have the
Uh,
Fellowship Yamato documentary, and pilot film. Ooh.
Don't tell him.
Oh, don't tell me what.
Your spins aren't coming through.
Oh, well. Up next is Space Harlock, the movie. The CG / buddy, I don't even think there's live in it. So we got the DVD version. And also, before that sell, the 3D version. 3D Blu-ray. Ooh.
Twilight Time went out of business and then got picked up by that other company, by the way. I got like four or five sequential emails about the downfall and uprising of it day after day.
Okay, so with that, I completed the Leiji Masamoto challenge right now until in July. Up next is She and Her Cat, the four, I want to say TV episodes, but 4 shorts based on the OCA and Promise Place. You three know what that is.
Yep, Place Promise in Our Early Days. Yep.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. So just like the manga, this is what you get. Girl growing up with a fur ball, and fur ball dies. So,
Well, ruin it.
Oh yeah, She and Her Cat. I mean, what do you expect?
In the short, the cat survives, I guess, but nothing really happens.
Based on the creator's typical endings, this doesn't end.
Yeah, I expected them to almost kiss and then the screen to go black.
I know, right? I have no idea how he had a career based on that. First up, and next is Enride Part 2. Not Part 1, but Part 2.
That's the thumbnail, for sure.
Oh, this is so hard to watch. God.
Up next is Sonic the Hedgehog.
He could
Blu-ray, not
be
animated,
holding up literally anything for half of these, and we wouldn't even know.
I thought that was all on my end.
Usually it is. Up next is Urosuke Doji.
Don't show that on screen.
The perfect.
Show that one on screen because
Don't
we
show
won't
that
be
one
able
on
to see it anyway.
Well, we just got community guideline strike.
Well, don't worry, I'll show something worse. I'll show Promare the Stock. Not
With
10,
that
I got
collector's
this one.
edition
It looks
coming
so like what a great. Okay,
He should
I
advertise.
can't wait till you
the
rewatch this.
Timestamp is 137. Well, I also got Uroseki Doji Legend Overfiend movie edition, but it's titty. Up next is Muyo Ken OVA.
Moyo, okay.
If you have the complete Mutant TV series, you won't have it.
Brad doesn't even need to read the title to know how it is.
Up next, we have
My pickups, I
the
hope.
Elephant Bride.
Oh
He
dear
loved
God! Stop with
brownies,
the
so
hentai.
he married an elf.
It's a good thing your thing is 1 pixel
Nope.
wide now.
Why am I 1 pixel wide now? What's happening on my end?
You look like an MPEG that was downloaded on dial-up.
When
next
you're
is
done with your
The
pickups, look at the
Purple
Facebook chat.
Twilight. Following Real Girl Complete Collection. Yes, it's from the Sentai, so. Ooh. Followed by Surun. We had all that time on talking about African news and everything was good. No, pickups has to be later, not the future, not at the beginning.
Oh,
I think your internet's
pseudonym.
from Africa.
Pseudonym. I just now realized pseudonym when you said pseudonym. Yeah.
I know.
Pseudonym.
He sounds like that like computer voice chat character in Dragon Ball Super, Magetta or whatever his name was.
Gata. Up next, we have Belladonna of Sadness.
Oh, you got that one.
For all I know, my internet's actually very good right now, but I have self-doubts.
Since no one can see me, we have Warriors of the Wind. We're going VHS land now. So I think technically this is all tracks for Nazca Valley of the Wind. I could be wrong on that. Then we have First Loves. Who Says You Have to Love One? The sequel, First Loves 2. It was so good, we'll do it again.
Second Love.
Okay. What was okay? What was sarcastically okay, AC? Like
I can't see anything on your screen right now.
He's just gonna have to take your word for it.
You look like
could say-
you look the resolution of a NPC in Simcopter, and you sound about like them too.
Oh, really?
Really?
So, next, it's the last time showing as Albo and Black is End of Summer 2. The summer's almost over. There's still one chance to meet the girl of his dreams. Which that includes all of the off-sale VHS releases. Oh yeah, the last one has the blue VHS, so I might use the spare one for that.
That's a Blu-ray VHS. That one has one more pixel.
That one has one more pixel. I hear you.
How many more do you have, Augie?
I think that was it. Thank God. Okay.
God.
Picked up Drifters. Thank you, Reese, for pointing this out to me. I picked up Drifters. I also got
Grifters.
I also got Dragon Ball
2?
Evolution on Blu-ray.
Why?
I haven't been able to figure out a way to get a shot from this in the Broly video yet, but I got another copy of.
Just download it. A friend of mine who like doesn't know how to use uTorrent
Includes digital copy, right?
I mean, a friend of mine who doesn't know how to use, like, when I was telling him, oh, yeah, you just torrent it. It's like, dude, my internet is like so slow. Wait, why the fuck
But
are
it
you
comes
still
with Goku's workout featurette, Goku's quest game. See, these might have the footage I need. Right?
Like I was just saying, my friend had been seeding Dragon Ball Evolution for like 3 years. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Delete the seed. Delete it. It's not seeding. It's
That's
like
why his
seeding
internet's
at
shit
full
because.
blast. Oh, that's why my internet has been bad for all this time.
Yeah. Well, I just needed to have it on Blu-ray. Okay, so first of all, before I forget, Greenline743 with $5 super chat said it finally got sorted out today in the mail after a month and a half. Also picked up Evangelion Perfect Collection from eBay. Are you referring to the Perfect Collection, like the big silver?
It's probably the
box
thin
one?
pack.
Because if it's the thin pack, beware of the bootlegs of that. That's the platinum edition. I think he's talking about the Perfect Collection, which is something else.
Oh, wait. Oh, right.
Japanese censorship brought to you by Augie, sponsored by Microsoft Edge. Yeah. So yeah, I got another copy of Wonder Frontier, and then I bought the original release of Garzy's Wing just to have it.
Oh, I looked on Craigslist equivalent in Canada, and some guy had Garzy's Wing and a bunch of other shows. I'm like, dude, I guess I could. But the lot was like $120, and all the shows were like maybe $50. And I'm like, okay, screw that.
So I gotta know, what was this a 2-pack with? What did they sell this with? So anyway, there's that, and so my two of my Right Stuff orders came in. But first, before that, I've got the much better Sonic the Hedgehog Steelbook, which I took the sticker and put it back on the Steelbook.
So you don't have the DVD.
Which came with a comic book that doesn't fit in the actual Blu-ray case, so that's great. Best Buy.
Yep.
And then Promare Steelbook. Now I will say this: of every Steelbook I have, that's fucking impossible to read. Elite is impossible to read. Detective Pikachu is even harder to read than that. Sonic is the only one you can read because they actually put, instead of putting this stupid logo there, they took the hedgehog and just put it to the side, like any reasonable person would.
Amazing.
Revolutionary.
I know. Also,
Hey, Augie, grab the Metropolis Steelbook and show them the spine on that one.
My Yu-Gi-Oh! Steelbook looks legible.
I do have. I don't know where
I bought this off of Media Blaster's eBay page. Gappa, the Triphibian monster, with English PCM mono, whatever the fuck that means. Also, I picked up Just Beyond, which ironically has like the same monsters on the cover. Like they look so similar, right? Like
the one's got a beak, the other one doesn't.
Okay.
It's like comparing a French bulldog with an English bulldog.
Also, is this VR Troopers? Is that what this is?
Maybe?
I'm pretty sure.
I'll look it up.
Anyway,
I just know that Flip talks about it all the time, constantly, every day. I also got
Twilight of the Cockroaches just because it was cheap. And I now have Zoku Owari Monogatari and Owari Monogatari. So I think
Hentai Monogatari.
Assuming that you were correct, Reese, because remember I said that I purchased the stuff and then it made me log in at the right second and added the two things that were previously in my shopping cart. Yeah, it was these, and made it cost twice as much as I was planning to spend. So I think that I now have the entirety of the Monogatari series.
Until more comes out, of course.
Of course, but at least I'm caught up.
It is not
like
VR Troopers.
Felt. All right. Nisekoi. Just cuz I wanted it. Looks nice. Like it. No. Sells at work.
Whatever.
I started watching this with my wife, and it has terrible animation. I don't know why it's so popular. The walk cycles are
grade
garbage.
biology.
Are you glad you got it?
The novelty of watching it one episode a week.
Yeah, I think that I would have liked it more if that had been how I did it. Greenlight 743 said no, art box is black. Okay, so you're talking about the perfect collection being the black art box with the not the silver one. It was from Reputable Silver. Yeah, you probably got a good one. The only reason I didn't buy that one is because I want an art box big enough that I can put the entirety of Evangelion in it, plus the 2 extra discs for the director's cuts. So that's why I never bought an art box. That's it, guys. I told you. There it is. All right. Anyway, so back to... boy, it's going to not be a good...
I got pickups.
Oh, you want to go over them?
Yeah.
Please do.
Will you allow me to?
Of course.
Okay.
Let me just let you... There you go.
Headhunter was kind enough to give us the Best Buy hats and the submissions channel.
There you go. Oh, what? Oh, okay.
See the Best Boy written on them?
I don't know if that color's available, but that shirt I can make, the Best Boy shirt, I can make all of those shirts except for the one that's just plain because I can't make that shirt. That's just how it comes.
I'd buy a exclamation point one.
So far, the only person who's got the fun shit one is Duo, and that's because I bought it for him.
my pickups are first of all Vampire Hunter D on Blu-ray.
What, the Steelbook?
No, this is the standard copy.
Yeah, why didn't you just get the Steelbook?
Because I wanted to make a fucking combo pack.
Okay.
Because I already had it on DVD. The
Pop
Steelbook
out,
is Blu-ray
buy a
only.
second Sonic Steelbook. Pop out the,
Stick your Sonic Steelbook up your ass.
Paint on the artwork manually.
And then we have Gurren Lagann on Blu-ray, which I kind of jumped the gun because it went out of stock on Right Stuff. I was like, oh crap, it's an Aniplex, and if it goes out on Right Stuff, it might not come back in stock. And so I bought it off of Otaku Joe's, who Lishansky had posted about in the Facebook chat. And then like yesterday, it came back in stock on Right Stuff. So I mean, I paid like $30 more than I would have, but I mean, whatever. And then I got Guns Akimbo, which this movie was actually pretty fun. Like Crank starring Harry Potter.
Dear God.
Dan Ratcliffe showing movies that he feels like that fun with.
It was pretty fun. I'm gonna close that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
So
go back.
weird.
How do I stop?
Is it weird? Or do you not accept?
Jeff Keighley tweeted out, just announced during the Tenet trailer premiere, Christopher Nolan is bringing one of his iconic films to Fortnite this summer for the full-length free screening for fans. Okay. All right. That's definitely the fan base that will enjoy his films. Fortnite players, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
I'm going to step away because I have to go pee.
Okay.
I'm glad you put enough emphasis on it to, express how badly you had to go.
I just came back. So how is it?
All right. So there was a Kickstarter that we missed. Sadly. I found out about it because Yasuhiro Irie backed it at the last second. And I got a freaking email about it. And when I went to back it, it was already over. He's probably one of the huge backers that got it over the threshold or whatever. So Enomoto, the animated film, based on the gag manga, had a Blu-ray tier, a DVD tier, and all that stuff. And I didn't get to back it.
How much was the Blu-ray tier?
Well, the DVD was 3,200 yen.
Like $30.
Only ships to Japan. Okay, well that's.
Okay.
So maybe this wasn't the end of the world after all. Yeah,
it was the start of the world, the new world.
The Blu-ray was like $40. Okay, such a pain though. Anyway, so this is the thing I didn't get to back. Also, Reese, I wish you were back here because I want to read you. I got an email from Kickstarter telling me that this looked like something I would like. The Chronicles of Kisone, the anime just for you. A Western anime adapted from a novel.
Adapted.
I thought it was going to be adaptation, but then I found out that the word ended in ed. Oh no, you're telling me they're not going to get there?
Come on.
Sad.
Don't lose hope. They're going to have Yasuhiro Irie last minute back it.
I'm an upcoming author of the fantasy fiction series. Yes, from a white. They drew it on a
white background and then cut it out manually.
Yeah. Well, it certainly doesn't look good. So illustrated by Ghost. It's a serious artist when that's their name, and they couldn't cut out this little strip right here because it was too small. Written by Darius Thompson. The novel being adapted. It's this novel, guys. This is going to be an anime with the sparkly.
Hey, is this one of those Akira books that you have to buy?
No, because this isn't even ripped off of something. You mean Alita?
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, if it was ripped off,
Who would
something,
want
it'd
to
be
buy?
Fun. All right. So first of all, I just got to show you the artwork is fucking horrible, but I want to read to you the story because I almost died laughing reading this story. The project is an ambitious one that looks to bring an unique anime experience to veteran otakus and beginners. The art style was created by a developing manga artist who goes by Ghost. We've worked on the Chronicles of Kisone series for about 9 years now, and it has went through many changes, such as design, story, even down to dialogue. This is me doing their Kickstarter video because they didn't have one. They could just use my stream. However, we did it for you, the readers, and soon the bingers. bingers.
Can't forget about the fingers.
That's got to be like an in-novel reference. I think he meant backers, maybe? I don't know. That's weird. The book has become popular enough for an animated adaptation with me, the author, making sure you have the fresh experience you're craving. Did you guys know you were craving this? That feeling of emptiness in your soul when you go to bed at night, it was actually that there's no anime of this thing you never heard of. The funds are being used mostly for paying people to push this project to fruition. I hired a team of professional screenwriters drafting the script right now for approval. As professions go, they need to be paid since they're working so hard for all of you, not just me. The rest of the funds, by the way, just to clarify, they're asking for $5,600 for
That's
an anime.
going to get an anime.
Yeah, that's going to get an anime on par or better than Chronexia the Eight Seals.
That'll be an audio drama.
The rest of the funds are for a film agent to pitch the animation to major film companies on our behalf. The plan is already in motion. It's just behind a paywall. Yet, despite that, I'm willing to break my bank if it means you get an opportunity to be part of history. Imagine being this delusional. The story is about a teenager trying to survive his sophomore year of high school and all the angst that comes with it. I'm sure you've seen it before, since most anime protagonists are high schoolers. Even though Kisone is the main protagonist, the real stars are the women he surrounds himself with.
Oh,
This woman, who's from the 70s, Momiko Nato, childhood friend and known for her monstrous strength. Of odor, maybe. Ooh. Kikyo Hirito, assassin princess, and a girl who hates contractions. Better not get pregnant, this girl. I'm sure she means contractions like don't, can't. She probably talks like Data from Star Trek. Also, her like weird purple nipples coming through here.
Well, you see that lady's so strong because, as you can see, she only has one arm and no limbs, so she's got to be really strong to move around.
Yeah.
It looks like they took a copy of Lane and just re-edited character.
Okay. And then we've got, because you roboticized that I didn't catch any of that. Raven Yamaguchi, who's a ninja, cosplayer, and badass. Which totally comes through in the character design. She's a raven. She's an absolute raven. And a ninja and a cosplayer and a badass. Wait, no, her name is Raven. Sorry about that. And then this one that looks like the Twitch council safety person.
Oh, gosh.
Amelia Kims, who's an Esper and a fencer. And then this lady, who's definitely not the previous lady we already looked at with shorter hair, Ezra Marin, gamer girl and weather controller. Dear God. Also, I think it's the Twitch person again. Aya Akui, Kisone's cousin and demon straight from hell. This story takes place in Venetia, a supercontinent formed by the king of gods who named it after his wife Valentia, because that's the same word. Kisone meets many different, read eccentric, characters throughout this journey. Period. Lowercase the. Characters themselves were tailored to be mostly relatable. Yes, they are relatable. One's a demon, for God's sake. So that the audience can see themselves in a character, right? Because who isn't a demon or a weather controlling gamer or an Esper or a badass ninja or a girl who hates contractions that's also an assassin or has monster strength in one arm? Yet there is an alternate story taking place. Listen to this sentence. Yet there is an alternate story taking place in the background that we challenge you, the audience, to figure out before it's too late. What the fuck is going to happen in the story if you don't figure it out?
Adventure?
Is that Kisone?
Kisone 2, School Days.
Electric Boogaloo. Risks and challenges. The biggest potential risk is the budgeting. Of course, we have the coronavirus thing going on, so that may or may not delay the process. The only other risk known to me right now is simply getting a no for the companies, which is going to happen. That should have been what you let off from. Anyway, so that's there. I've saved it so I could just laugh at it week to week and see how far it gets. And if they have any more things, there's no DVD or Blu-ray or anything like that here because you know I'd have backed it if they did. Also, Robert J. Woodhead tweeted this. I'm putting it in this section because why not? Come on, close the tab. Dear Internet, no, this is not a room at Surtech Software or Animego or any other company we've worked for. We're sorry you have nothing better to do. Have you considered watching some anime? I can't tell if he's trolling us because I didn't see anything about the internet claiming such things. And of course, you can't see the image, so I'm just going to move to the next tab. This is originally from 4chan. It's the back rooms meme. I think it's a picture of some back rooms in Sears right before they closed down or whatever. It says, if you're not careful and you clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell heard you. So it's from a creepypasta. Anyway.
Okay.
I would have been way more patient about this, but it's already 8 o'clock. So Anime Limited announces free Cloud Matsuri Virtual Con from May 30th to 31st. So the guests are kind of interesting. This is the head of Science Saru, the company that they started with Masaki Yuasa. Mm-hmm. Also founder and CG director at Orange. Also president of Polygon Pictures, CEO of Groundworks. So these actually seem like interesting guests. I don't know how I guess you're going to have a translator there who on the fly is translating because you're not going to have it typed out, Wow, look at this. Greenline 743, it's raining money on this podcast. Thank you so much for that. Also, I've been planning on going on Fiverr to hire some animators to do a shitty rendition of the bit I have to change from that podcast that you guys can't watch because it got removed due to copyright ID. So I might just take your money and throw it back at Fiverr. Also, Augie, you wanted to share this next update?
Okay. Yes, Gen Con, one of America's biggest analog gaming conventions, is closed due to COVID-19. So
it's still going to happen. See, the countdown says it's in 70 days. But it's just nobody's going to be there, I guess. All right, moving on. I'm glad you guys came here for all the uplifting news. Oh, here's some stuff I added in here. Oh, God, there's some good stuff actually here. So this is, I don't give a shit about this.
Said that they're not going to continue.
I know, but they didn't take down the counter on their site.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Resident Evil movie reboot reportedly race swapped Jill Valentine with a black woman.
Great.
Now, I read this article, and I don't care about this at all, but I thought it was funny because they said there's nothing about Hannah John Kamen, or however you pronounce her name, that even remotely resembles Jill Valentine. First of all, the actress, okay, this is Julia Voth, who is very pretty and is totally okay. But they compare her with the actress from the previous movies who looked terrible. I don't know what this is going on about, but they talk about how another Happy who looks like they were plucked straight from Sun Melted Henry and David Box Bundle of Talk. All right, okay. They talk. will absolutely stand out in the worst ways, since most of the other cast members actually seem to resemble their in-game counterparts to some degree, with HN Entertainment reporting that Brenton Thwaites from CW's Titans will play Chris Redfield. You tell me if this looks anything like Chris Redfield. That's Chris Redfield if I've ever seen him.
All I see is a white.
I don't
Yeah.
see a different screen.
Hmm.
Oh God.
I mean, it's just
FDDNM
Chris
styling is
Redfield, right? Totally.
Redfield.
You don't see it?
I don't even know who Chris Redfield is.
He's
You know-
the main character of the
You
first.
punched
and
your
fifth
last boulder,
game.
Chris. He's gonna be like, he'll break down and cry when Wesker tells him that.
Let's try to get that guy from Guardians of the Galaxy or Parks and
Chris
Rec.
Pratt?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I think they should just use the same guy from the previous movie, or the guy from Prison Break is who they used, or because he looks exactly like Chris Redfield. Although his brother in Prison Break was the size of Chris Redfield, so maybe just like cast them both and have one be Chris and one be Redfield.
One be the facial cap and one be the body
Be the body double.
with
Okay.
no
Now,
the body
we're
with
not even
the
done yet.
green screen mask.
Kaya Scoldario from the Maze Runner will don the role of Claire Redfield. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't look this one up real quick. Reese, click the camera on me. I just need to make sure we're not going to
I
see
need
titties
to
when we click on
sound
this one.
So you're saying this is a porn actress?
I just have to I have to be doubly sure just in case, because I know that Rakeda showed what's her name, Allison Mack, on stream one time and had to pull that stream down for obvious reasons. Come on, load. You guys didn't even have anything to worry about because it was going to be white the entire time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you
Are
tell
you
me.
whitewashing
This
a podcast?
this looks exactly 100 million %. It's just screams Claire Redfield, right?
To be fair, I'm not really familiar with her.
I mean, if you told me this was the girl from Twilight, I'd probably believe you at first glance. Am I right? I mean,
I
that's
don't know,
definitely Claire
yeah.
Redfield
Guess.
hunting zombies
Yeah,
instead of vampires.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying for the like in the
Twilight? Yeah.
eyes. Uh-huh.
The
Anyway.
eyeshadow.
And then we have the
Yeah.
biggest injustice ever. Harris Dickinson is rumored to play Leon Kennedy. Now you tell me that this isn't a spitting image of Leon S. Kennedy. I mean, that's just him, right?
Yeah.
I can see him spinning back kick the head off of a zombie.
Listen,
sure?
Brad.
It's him, right?
Listen,
Anyway.
this adaptation you're not giving enough credit because it's supposed to be different from the material by
Yeah.
your standards. So,
So
by
I'm
making
saying-
characters that look like nothing,
I'm saying that this sentence here on One Angry Gamer that says that Hannah John Kamen will absolutely stand out in the worst ways, since most of the other cast members actually seem to resemble their in-game counterparts to some degree, is total bullshit.
She's not-
Because
no,
the only
oh,
way
wait,
she's
wait,
going to
wait,
stand
wait.
out is that
You're-
she
you're-
looks 20 years older than the rest of them.
You're
Extra
saying
doubt.
you're misreading some degree.
Yeah, some degree means that they're male and female respectively. Anyway, so apparently a petition asks Sony to properly cast Jill Valentine for the Resident Evil movie reboot, which I guarantee you isn't on change.org. Oh my.
Yep, because
Has
that's
a
where
petition on change.org ever actually done anything? Zero have signed.
how does that site stay up?
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say you made an article about this thing. 220 have signed. 221. Oh, it's moving in real time, guys. Dude, Susie is counting on you. Yeah. Anyway, it's still going. Let's just leave it up for a little bit. Anyway, that's the news about that. Let me show you guys the greatest thing that's ever occurred. Metal Gear Solid. Stir Crazy Solid Snake brings online bonuses to Metal Gear Solid fans. I'm just going to show you. Well, I'm going to show you this one first, because the other one, this one doesn't have another video that's here. But I'm going to show you this one. I'm only going to show you the front of it. It's really funny. So they're promoting the live-action Hollywood adaptation of Metal Gear Solid that you all definitely remembered was happening. So let me share the audio that they got fucking David Hayter and all of them to actually be part of for this codec call.
Hello.
Colonel, can you hear me?
I'm here. What is it?
I'm hearing reports about a prototype Metal Gear. The Pentagon's gone dark. I'm requesting clearance for an infiltration mission.
Where did you get this intel?
A guy I know.
A guy you know?
Yeah, a guy that I know.
Oh, Snake, we're in quarantine. There are no new missions. And it's 1 a.m.
Here it comes.
I've got to go.
Colonel, wait. The CIA thinks we're about to be bombed by the Lolly Lulelo.
Lolly Lule, no, they don't. Get it before the phone.
Actually, I've been outside your place. Can you open the door?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Anyway, you guys can watch the rest on your own time. That was the best line ever. Okay, so they've shown off some concept art for what they're expecting the movie to, the direction the movie's going to kind of go in, right? Which I gotta say, I mean, I'm okay with it if it actually looked like this.
I was gonna say it's not gonna look like that, but
It looks clean.
But what let me show you the other thing here. Lolly Lilo, no, they don't. Oh, that was so good. Okay, let me start the screen share again. Come on. Okay. So there's another one here, which you don't need to hear the audio for because there's not really anything. So Industrial Light and Magic is working on it. Play, damn it. Full screen, damn it. So apparently Cyborg Ninja is absolutely going to be in it. And I just got to say, if this is like what they're kind of going for, I'm kind of on board with this.
I thought you said live action. That looked
It is.
like
This is the concept art kind of thing, like a promotional look dev kind of thing. Anyway, that's all they've got so far, but it was kind of cool. Kind of excited, but more excited about it now than I was yesterday, right? Or, you know. Anyway, continuing. So, live action Cowboy Bebop producer condemns whitewashing, yet black washes cash. So the argument they make here in this article is that Jet is not black, even though his name is Jet Black, right? So I don't really care about that at all. I mean, yeah, I didn't think Jet was black either, but Bo Billingsley voiced him, and Bo is black, so I don't care. But it got me thinking about. There was an article I just opened for morbid curiosity about characters of color in anime, and I'm like, Nadia? Is Nadia black? Like, I can understand Casca maybe. Like, I got that. And then the dark-skinned girl from Revolutionary Girl Utena. I'm just seeing all these pictures, and I'm like, okay, the girl from Carol and Tuesday is definitely black. I'll give them that. But like, there's so many characters, and I'm like, tan equals black now? Or of color? I mean, aren't all characters, if Asians are minorities, which is like the code word for of color, aren't all anime characters largely of color? Anyway, so the reason I even bothered to share this wasn't just to go on that tirade. It was because we have the original composer Yoko Kanno doing music. So there's a confirmation here that they do actually have Yoko Kanno doing the music. Now let's find out how many.
Thanks.
234, guys. They need to get to 500 so that they don't put a black lady in this movie. It's up to you. I mean, the movie's going to probably be bad either way, but anyway. All right, let's look at some streaming news. Oh, I meant to only put one of these in here, and I forgot to go back and erase two of them. But all right, we're going to pull them all open. This shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Just kidding. It shouldn't take that long. Come on.
Right, go.
I'm trying. I have to open them first. Okay. Netflix censors Back to the Future 2 scene. And I don't know why.
What scene was it?
Well, I'll show you a comparison in a second.
It was only the violent rape scene. Like, I don't know why they took that out.
It was the scene where Marty goes to the trash can where the principal dropped off the almanac, but then it turns out to be the almanac, sports almanac cover on another magazine for lingerie. Yes, that scene. So I'm just going to close this tab and not waste time on it because somebody posted a Twitter video comparison that I think was just going to show you the exact scene like perfectly. And the cut is really bad. It is a bad jump cut. Come on. Come on. Also, Netflix apparently is widescreen. All right, we're going to wait on this. Disney Plus censors Maria Canals-Barrera's cleavage in Wizards of Waverly Place. So I wonder, is Disney Plus available in Middle Eastern countries? Did I ever tell you guys a story? I'm sure I did. When I went to Egypt.
Yes.
The week of 9/11.
Yes.
Maybe it was when I went to Israel. I forget which one it was, but on the plane when we landed in, I guess it was Egypt. We landed in like that Egyptian airspace, and they started showing a movie, like a Western movie on the plane, and it was the wedding day. It started with the wedding, and the wedding dress exposed the girl's arms, so they were mosaic pixel Japanese adult video porn style censored, right? Because the men on the plane couldn't be looking at her arms outside of her burqa, right? So I
they couldn't contain themselves when they saw that.
They all just started beating off in their seat. It was pretty gross. So I love your laughers. Well, we got to wait for that embedded tweet to show up so you can even see it. Conference call confirms Disney Plus is a disaster. So this is just kind of a follow-up to our discussion about Netflix and how all of these streaming platforms are, that's not a sustainable business model. Let me put it that way. Content streaming, or direct to consumer as the industry has taken to calling it, by outward appearances appears to be nothing more than a mad dash to scoop up whatever part of the market Netflix doesn't dominate. Good luck. You're about, like 10 years too late. Companies realize the future is streaming, but their methods are to attempt to be a full satellite package rather than hosting successful channels. The economics of the models are not going to conclude well for any of the companies, as the cost of content generation will always outpace consumer income. Failing to question the economic viability of copying Netflix, Bob Iger positioned Disney for the future with the introduction of Disney Plus last year. Despite scarce content, Iger continued to boast 50 million subscribers. To boast the 50 million subscribers adoption rate, projecting the image of success on the project. But how many people are actually paying subscribers and how many are free users? Well, now we know.
Despice is my favorite seasoning to use.
Yep, Despice. Of the 54.5 million subscribers, only 15 million are actually paying for Disney Plus, meaning that 39.5 million are not. If that doesn't sound profitable to you, that would be because it isn't. It's costing the company billions per quarter. It says here, we expect our direct-to-consumer and international segment, meaning their streaming, to generate about $1.1 billion in operating losses for the third quarter. Despite the company now effectively operating off of debt, that they would continue the development of shows that further dilute the value of Star Wars brand while censoring shows on Disney Plus is flat out insane. No one is going to want to adopt a platform that continues to struggle to deliver content, and even when it does, with the quality of content. How long Disney plans to keep pumping billions per quarter into this operation is a mystery, but investors are unlikely to tolerate net losses and poor growth for long. So do you think it's going to be weird if all of a sudden you wake up 2 months from now or so and Disney Plus just doesn't exist? What about when that happens with Netflix?
I would see more of a merger happen than them just totally disappearing, but
No, I think Disney Plus, if it's going to disappear, it's going to happen that way. Disney Plus will be gone. Netflix might get Disney's backlog, like that might be, or HBO might get it. You know, whoever's the highest bidder, because they gotta get back their $1.1 billion a quarter that they're losing on it. You know,
if HBO gets it, we'll finally reunite Sesame Street with Muppets.
Okay. Get wild and tough with the classic City Hunter anime on Crunchyroll, and then more articles about this. City Hunter series, specials, and movies launched on Crunchyroll.
Except for the newest one. Except for the newest one.
Except for the newest one with that apparent error.
We'll talk about it. Yeah. Don't get ahead of yourselves. You know how this goes. Close, damn it. The adventures and hijinks of RHYS continue as Crunchyroll adds City Hunter 2 today. Okay, so there's more. Anyway, try to go back while I wait.
I'm going back.
Boy, this is just... Maybe I should reach out to my internet and see. I love how I pay for the highest rate of internet, but it's like I just want to call them and be like, can you give me something 100 times better than this bullshit? You know? All right, so here's the blurring of the boobies. So that's why I asked about, like, is this available in Middle Eastern countries? Because I wonder if that's what they have to do. You know?
Possibly.
Like Ahmed is masturbating again. Watching the Disney.
So they can marry up to 12 women.
He's yelling a lot after something. Let's get the neighbors worried.
That's hilarious. That's the boom goes the dynamite in the Middle East. Allahu Akbar. You know, like that's your. Anyway, all right.
We've lost 3 neighbors this week.
Okay, here we go. So here's the original, and then the Netflix one cuts all of this out. So it has a jump cut from him looking at the magazine from that perspective. Then all of a sudden he's way back here going ooh la la, right? And the audience has no idea why the fuck he's saying ooh la la because they never saw the cover. Of which case, by the way, the character is fully clothed in that cover. I don't know why this was
removed.
And this
movie is PG too, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Also, now streaming on Funimation, Bakemonogatari episodes 13 to 15. Yay! Funimation, you did it!
I released it in home video.
No, they released it exclusively in home video, which is what. But those episodes, I don't think ever came to Crunchyroll.
Surprise! 2 more Aniplex titles are on their way. So, Your Line April and Katsugeki Token Ranbu are coming to Funimation, or probably already there by now. Trigger's brand new animal anime sets worldwide Netflix date of June 30th. It's already on Netflix in Japan. June what?
Bakemonogatari 13 through 15 are not on Crunchyroll. That's weird.
Yeah, it's those are actually technically special.
All right, so we got a samurai film directed by a French guy. Looks actually really interesting because it's about a marathon. I think this is like an actual thing in Japan that happened where the emperor had them run a marathon. It was like 39 miles or something like that. Anyway, it looks kind of crazy and fun. I'd like to watch it. It's called Samurai Marathon. Hold on. I accidentally changed the aspect ratio of my screen. Which seemed to actually make it bigger on the stream because it got a little bit wider. All right. Wit Studios' Great Pretender crime TV anime reveals early Netflix plans, new trailer and visual.
Yeah,
So is this related to the
surprisingly not
American
related.
TV show or original concept?
What do you think?
In
I don't know.
Japan.
I never watched it.
It's only in Japan. You're probably gonna have to wait a while longer for the US because of the dub.
Yeah. It's premiering Netflix June 2nd in Japan, yeah. Before its ultra programming block on Fuji TV for July 8th. So it's coming to Netflix way early. Former Viz Media exec Rob Pareda moves to Netflix. Pareda works as new head of anime editorial publishing in Tokyo. Rob Pareda's LinkedIn page lists that he has become the new head of anime editorial and publishing at Netflix in Tokyo in April. Pareda worked at Viz Media as vice president of business development and strategy from May 2016 to January 2020. He also served as the CEO of streaming service Viewster Inc. and vice president of business development and strategies and network strategy at Bandai Namco Games. Pareda joined Crunchyroll as a vice president of licensing in March 2008, and he was responsible for negotiating with Japanese production companies and licensors to acquire titles for Crunchyroll streams. He stepped down in 2011. Pareda was a founder and director of the Anime Overdose Convention, also known as AOD or Animation on Display, in Northern California. He worked at Capcom and Konami before Crunchyroll. All right. Do you guys have anything you want to say about that?
Cool.
Not really.
Okay. So HBO Max and Crunchyroll are in talks of joining forces.
Are you saying that they get like a AAA anime budget for or something?
I'm going to run just a second and grab another water because I'm dehydrated. And I also want to take a leak with my... Damn, I was going to say I want to take a pee and really emphasize the pee, but the way that sentence came out, I'm like, penis, right? Like, anyway, I'll be right back.
All right, Reese. Swap it back
Sure,
to me.
so while I
He's not leaving. All right. He's going. It's not gone. Go pee. You don't wet your pants. All right. So none of the stuff that I showed show up, did they? It just all pixel.
What?
Yeah, you broke up
I
pretty
was
bad in that.
When I showed my stuff earlier, it was nothing but pixelation, right? Somehow.
I didn't get the full question there.
Yeah, you're breaking up really bad, dude.
When I showed my stuff earlier, was it all pixelated?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Very
90%
pixelated, just like
of
right
what
now.
we were commenting on.
Okay. So how am I coming in aside from audio issues?
You're Mr.
Apparently.
Robot.
How I'm Mr. Robot? Is it how I naturally talk or how it's...
No, it's the connection itself. It only like periodically connects, but the frequency is so quick on and off that it sounds like a robot.
Augie, I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Exit the StreamYard, close your browser, open the browser, and come back to StreamYard.
All right.
Is that what I have to do? I have to close my browser as well? Is that why it never worked before?
Just kind of clear. I think it clears your cache, maybe just a little bit. It's just an idea. I don't know. I don't have any scientific backing to it.
Are you sure? I thought you were a professional in the field.
Do I look like a professional? I'm an eyeball with a hat.
I don't know, man. I think
no.
you can see what I can't. You have the clairvoyance of a true professional.
Do I look professional now?
You're extra professional, making sure that you don't spread your disease whilst you make your professional diagnosis. Yes, of course. So wait, did Brad get cucked or did he just leave voluntarily?
No, he went to go pee, but he's back now.
Well then.
Yeah, as I was okay. It's like you just left me mid-sentence during our conversation. As I was out there, I noticed that my son is still awake, and it is an hour and a half past his bedtime. All right, HBO Max and Crunchyroll. So where did Augie disappear to?
I kicked him out. Yeah.
Oh,
I told him to close his like get out of StreamYard and close his browser and come back. Maybe that'll fix his buffering issue.
but in reality, we're just not going to click on the button that lets him come back into the stream, right? HBO Max and Crunchyroll team to bring. That's a great title you got there without the word up. Team up to bring fans more anime on May 27th. So yeah, anybody who's reading this on Crunchyroll isn't going to be like, oh, hot damn, I can finally watch anime on HBO. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody who's reading this on Crunchyroll is thinking that because they're already watching the anime they would have gotten on. Yes, this still portrait that we have.
I don't think it works. I don't think it works. Never mind. Right.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. So at launch, HBO will have top anime series including Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood, ReZero, Starting Life in Another World, Director's Cut, Kill la Kill, Your Line April, and Keep Your Hands Off Azakin. Those sound like Aniplex titles. Is ReZero an Aniplex title?
ReZero is
that's
a Funimation title.
Yeah, but is it in Japan? Is it in Aniplex?
If it was in Japan, it was
Oh,
Aniplex in Japan. It'd still be Aniplex in America.
Okay, yeah, I know that. Damn it.
You know what? Damn it, what do you know?
Your Line April, Kill la Kill, Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood are all Aniplex titles.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Crunchyroll is just shaking their dick at Funimation like, ha ha ha, you can't stop us.
I thought this was going to be a way for HBO to fund anime with their pockets of money.
You know, it would be really nice. See, this is what I think would be great. Okay, so we did a huge over budget Thrones series, right? With, you know, millions upon millions upon millions of dollars for every episode. It's like, put that money in a Lord of the Rings anime or something like that. You know? Like, how much cooler would that fucking shit be in the long run? You know? Do an anime version, and it probably... Like, legitimately, you would get more bang for your buck in the long run for the amount of money they spend because you wouldn't spend as much on actors. You know what I mean? Because you're going to pay Monica Rial 25 cents for her role. Right?
No, they'd have to get the original actors back. Just
Well,
to do the
even if they're
voices.
going to do Lord of the Rings, they'd have to get Frodo
Ian
and Sam
McKellen
back.
and
Oh,
Elijah Wood and
yeah, I mean,
they'd have to
one
get
of them
Sean
die.
Bean back just so he
Do we
can die
know?
again. And come on, he can do voice work.
I still think it's funny that the one movie where Sean Bean doesn't die is when he's in Silent Hill playing a character that dies in the game.
It's funny. It's funny that Sean Bean even gets Sean Beaned in Kingsglaive.
Yeah.
So with this merger, what happens to Verve at this point?
Well, let's read. The Crunchyroll team is excited to
Okay.
share details about our partnership with HBO Max. Last week, the launch date for the new streaming platform was revealed, May 27th. So,
1 week from yesterday.
so just to be clear, this isn't that big of a deal because HBO is owned by Warner Media. Warner Media owns the Churning Group. Churning Group owns Crunchyroll.
Okay.
Right? So this isn't that big of a deal. Like, this isn't a big, huge breakthrough or anything. But on day one, you'll be able to explore a collection of 17 of your favorites from Crunchyroll catalog on HBO Max, bringing great anime to stand side by side with series like HBO's Barry.
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 No idea what that is.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know
Well, let's
what
find
that
out.
is, well.
Let's
I don't
find
wanna
out.
find
what's
out. Let's move
Barry
on.
about Barry.
Well, I need to know. Maybe it's something it's a Crunchyroll favorite, staff favorite. What the hell is Barry?
Mm.
It's written in this extremely bold font.
Yeah.
Wow. Such amazing stills. Bill Hader
I'm
stars as
sold.
Barry.
I'm sold.
Here we go.
I'm sold right here.
I'm
Wow.
actually sold. I'd watch this. Bill Hader with guns. He's a low-rent hitman from the Midwest, lonely and dissatisfied in his life. He reluctantly travels to Los Angeles to execute a hit on an aspiring actor. I'd watch that. Anyway, now that I of course, the second tab I accidentally opened of it has the stupid thing load. Great job, guys. Not that it gave me anything more for the story. I could have just read it. Anyway, back to I already closed. Thank you. Okay. The upcoming Adventure Time special, Adventure Time Distant Lands, and many, many more. South Park, Konosuba, the DC Universe, Doctor Who, and ReZero all side by side. That's powerful, if you say so. If you say so, person who Miles, of course. Yeah, Miles, who got an approved script by HBO and Warner Media execs, I'm sure. Not only will HBO Max subscribers be able to watch launch titles like beloved classics Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, yep, beloved classic, not the original Fullmetal Alchemist, or the latest and greatest like the genre-bending mystery and Crunchyroll Inspector, Blue. Okay, hold on. Crunchyroll team will also be curating the best anime to bring to the world of HBO Max each quarter. So you're just gonna like cycle it in and out? Is you know what this might actually be? Okay, so what this is, hey, you've got HBO. You've heard about that thing called anime. Did you know that Warner Media also owns Crunchyroll? Hey, here's a little taste of some of the best anime to get you hooked on this drug we call anime. Then you buy
Chinese
Crunchyroll,
cartoons.
and you watch a bunch of shit. Right?
The female voice actor at the
You
end
pay
says,
for
"You
it."
know you wanna."
In addition to the 17 launch titles and new seasonal hits, we'll be adding great series like Death Note and Hunter x Hunter to HBO Max later this year. No Naruto though, right? I mean, I see how it is. We couldn't
I'd be curious if these are if they have both sub and dub options, or if they'll be like one or the other. Or this is a streaming platform, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So assuming if they do have a dub, they would share both. How would the rights go for whoever dubbed it? Like for Viz with Hunter x Hunter, or I guess that's also owned by Warner Media too. Never mind.
It's HBO. They have the money.
All right.
Anyway, I guess ReZero's director's cut doesn't have a dub yet, so that's why.
I'm not even going to read the rest of this because I don't care. And the next article is more important.
It kind of sounds like rinse repeat.
Hey,
thing again.
Rurouni Kenshin full series. I wonder if it's going to be in HD. Berserk seasons 1 and 2.
Flip is here.
Yikes. Hey, Flip.
Hey, Flip.
Nice to see ya. So we're talking about HBO and Crunchyroll teaming up to bring fans more anime, and by fans they mean people that don't already have Crunchyroll. Those fans, those anime fans.
Yeah.
The reboots in disguise, and we just lost FDDNM again.
All right. Well, I'm going to move on to our next discussion here. AT&T discussed selling Crunchyroll to Sony, Funimation's parent company.
That's a bad idea.
It's all about AT&T, right? Yeah, I wouldn't do this. What is in this picture right here? Is this like a really long Reese's Pieces wrapper?
There's books. I'm not sure. Seems photoshopped in. Maybe.
What is that?
Can you click on the picture to bring up the original?
Search Google for image, you mean? I think it's in the original.
Time with this.
Look at how easily distracted I am.
Yeah, what time is it, AC?
8:35.
What time do you have to be in bed?
9:30.
9:30.
Oh, it's a lamp. Oh, okay. It's a lamp. They cropped it in a weird way. Or did they? Yeah, they cropped it. They cropped it so you can't see the top of the lamp. That's like the bendable portion. Oh, that was going to bug me the rest of the night. I'm glad I wasted the time to do that. Okay. So a report from earlier in this May details that Crunchyroll parent company AT&T had discussions to sell the anime streaming company to Sony, the parent company of rival anime streaming service Funimation. So I don't use any of these streaming services. I'm just curious, what does Crunchyroll have that Funimation doesn't have? Is it subs? Is it different shows?
A lot.
Shows.
They have a lot.
So it's different shows, right?
Yes, City Hunter.
Okay. Yeah, they have City Hunter. Like, good for them. That's fantastic, right? I know. I'm not saying it's not a great show, but I'm just thinking, like, what honestly would Funimation actually gain? Would it be substantial enough that it would warrant spending, $100 million to buy it?
Yeah.
You think?
Probably.
Because
Crunchyroll
Sony
has a
bought
pretty damn big
Funimation for $149 million, didn't they?
Crunchyroll's got a pretty damn big library.
Okay.
Yeah. We haven't even
They got
touched.
freaking kaiju.
But do you think?
Action
If they did, do you think which brand? Let's just say hypothetically that Sony did buy Crunchyroll. Do you think that they would merge them into one platform, or just reap the benefit of having you have to pay for both?
Leave them alone and have you pay for both, or merge them and
If they did
merge them and hike the price up on which one everyone is currently more expensive by like half.
If they did merge them, what do you think they'd call the new entity?
Funny Crunch.
Yeah, I was gonna say Crunchimation now. Funny roll.
Funny Roll on demand.
Funny Roll would be better.
No,
easier.
These are all terrible suggestions that they shouldn't take seriously. Podcast magic, don't let this happen. A report for the report from the information details that AT&T's Warner Media has had discussions about selling a Crunchyroll. Maybe they're just selling like a legitimate sushi Crunchyroll. A Crunchyroll.
For how much?
They speculate that the reason for possibly selling the company might have been to reduce debt. Well,
Yeah.
The company had been under pressure from shareholder Elliott Management to reduce their debt over the past year, but reportedly cut a deal with Elliott Management back in October. YouTuber Clownfish TV details the report. Clownfish TV details the report indicates that one of the possible buyers would have been Sony. However, the information does note that the current coronavirus pandemic might have slowed down their sale efforts and that no active negotiations to sell Crunchyroll were currently in place. Okay, let's be real.
So the HBO Max move might have been a block against Sony, maybe.
No, because HBO Max is literally owned by Warner Media that also owns Crunchyroll. That's not a move. That's just like give us more money. I think that here's what I think I'm going to tell you exactly why the HBO Max move happened. People are stuck at home sheltering in place during the coronavirus. There's a huge population of people who don't have Crunchyroll, but do have HBO. They're like, well, honey, since we haven't gone to work in 2 months, should we watch Game of Thrones again? Oh, what's this? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood?
Never heard of it.
I feel like that's
Game
the
of
thought
Thrones
process.
again.
Yeah. Let's watch Barry. I feel like that's the thought process that was going on in their head is how can we use our other platform to start getting more people to pay for this other platform too, because
now one of the new shows is Elmo Not Too Late show. It's like here's Elmo, and it's a
space
sort of late night. Not satirical like that, but similar. More like Cartoon Planet, sort of.
Okay. They also believe that plans to sell the company might have also changed with Warner Media's new CEO, Jason Keeler, stepping into the role. Keeler previously worked at Hulu, and the Information's report insinuates that anime was a key pillar at Hulu. I always forget that Hulu actually had non-anime content. One that Keeler hopes to replicate with Warner Media's upcoming new streaming service, HBO Max. Well, as soon as it starts scrolling, HBO Max teams with Crunchyroll to bring popular anime like Full Metal Alchemist and Berserk to the streaming platform. Yeah, so you've got Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I'll give you that. But you're parroting like, hey guys, I know you just watched Game of Thrones and need something else to watch. Here's the shitty CGI Berserk, you know? Yeah.
I'm surprised they don't throw out Attack on Titan in there.
Yeah, that would get people who liked Game of Thrones, I think.
Yeah.
There was some interesting stuff actually in the I didn't have a highlighter with me, so I didn't highlight the stuff yet, but I wrote notes down on my phone to highlight about the term Shingeki, where that comes from, and how that relates back to Shingeki no Kyojin. Anyway, I'll talk about that another time, or probably never.
Shingeki means rage, right?
Shingeki actually means new film. Shin meaning new, and Geki referring to like theater style. But yeah, it has multiple meanings. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting in the book, but I don't want to go off on another tangent about that. HBO Max and Crunchyroll recently announced that a number of animes available on Crunchyroll would also be available on HBO Max when the streaming service launches later this month. Some of these anime include the wildly popular Full Metal Alchemist, along with Full Metal Alchemist. 16 other anime titles will be available on the streaming service. Literally, Full Metal Alchemist isn't even going to be on there. It's just Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And they're like, yeah, Full Metal Alchemist and some other, 16 things or whatever. Among those other 17 titles, that now it's a bigger number for some reason. Among those 17 titles includes the Crunchyroll original Inspector.
Should have a comma right before Full Metal Alchemist in 16, because it sounds like there's more Full Metal Alchemist.
Gadget.
With it. Gadget.
Inspector Gadget. I got it. Okay. Shirt design. I don't know how we're going to work that into this.
That's a knee slapper right there.
Go Gadget boobs.
Go Gadget crossed iron.
I guess you could make her
move to the
Penny.
next fucking article, please.
She's the dog, and that's Inspector Gadget with the Gadget boobs. They don't have
Go Gadget go. Next article.
We're not done yet. You're the one who fucking shared this, Augie. Crunchyroll also promises they will curate additional topics. So this is literally the exact same thing we just read. Okay. HBO's chief content officer, Kevin Riley, also praised anime in general. Anime is a celebrated, diverse art form with a rich culture rooted in imaginative worlds and vibrant characters. Crunchyroll has centralized these fantastic adventures for everyone to enjoy. So you know what they've done? You know why they're curating this stuff for HBO Max? They're like, so what's the stuff that normies are going to
Go Gadget, better internet.
No, but seriously, they're like all the stuff that they listed in there was like, because you can't have like
Cowboy Bebop. Where's Cowboy Bebop? Is Cowboy Bebop on?
I don't think Crunchyroll has that. Does Funimation have that?
I don't think Crunchyroll.
Funimation has that.
And that's like the normie anime.
Yeah, but Netflix is going to have that one, right?
I don't know.
Not only are they going to be receiving anime from Crunchyroll, but HBO Max will also feature Studio Ghibli movies, including Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away. Yep, just those two. Clownfish TV's Neon speculates that Crunchyroll could be phased out and become wholly part of HBO Max. You know, I really don't think that they're going to do that, personally. I think that the brand behind Crunchyroll is way too it's way too strong. You know? Anyway. So we're starting to get a bigger picture of what's going on here. So it might be the new CEO who realizes that Hulu does do really well with anime. He might be like, stop it. We are not going to sell it off, but we might just fold the anime into HBO Max. So what do you make? I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. I feel like Crunchyroll's doing just fine. Anyway, I feel like Crunchyroll is the company with the least amount of scandals behind it. Well, discotheque, but you know. All right, somebody posted this on Funimation's Reddit. Basically, they said that, you know, they decided, all right, I'm going to go. I can't afford Funimation right now, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get, like, I'll just watch it with ads. And then they went to the streaming site and there were no ads and they were able to watch things without an account. Anyway, moving on from here because that just took too long to load.
I can do that with Crunchyroll by using AdBlock Plus.
There you go. All right. Just going to open up a couple of tabs here. Oh, dear God. We've got some follow-ups to previous podcast news. How could we not after 4 weeks or whatever it's been? All right. Select movie theaters in Japan reopen with Your Name, Weathering with You, and Shin Godzilla. So at least Japan is getting back to normal. And the Yaomushi Pedal movie, and Parasite, and Akira, and Promare. English dub version. Anyway. Boy, I wish I hadn't opened all these tabs now. Okay. So, somebody shared this. I don't know who, because I'm pretty sure they deleted their comment.
Yeah.
That I got.
I know who I think I know who it was too.
All right. So they shared this and it says, oh, there goes Reese. Bye, Reese. No Game, No Life Season 2 may hit a comeback soon. Will we see Sora and Shiro? Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry. This is the one that I shared. Like, during that podcast. Boy, this connection is so good. How you doing, Reese? Did you die? Are you gone?
I cucked myself, yes.
Okay. We need a cut counter for you now.
I clicked on Discord and I forgot that I had to change tabs.
Okay. So this is the one that I shared during that stream where we covered No Game, No Life, right?
Yeah.
And then we've got
like the date is like
this is the one that somebody else shared. It's literally the exact same website.
Oh my God.
Herald Journalism. This is the one I shared back then because I thought it was funny. No Game, No Life Season 2 may hit a comeback soon. We will see Sora and Shiro again. Or sorry, will we see Sora and Shiro again? Release date and other updates, of which there are no updates and no release date. So somebody on the podcast.
How old is this article? How old is that first article?
That first article was published March 6th, 2020. This article was published 6 days ago. No Game, No Life Season 2 now officially confirmed by creator. This is the release date. Oh, damn. I got to find out when this release date is. When could it be? Unfortunately, the makers of No Game, No Life have not yet officially renewed the show. So we cannot tell on which date the show will release.
They just want people to click on it, so...
It's fucking
There you go.
all it is clickbait. It's
That is the
fucking
clickbaitiest article ever. Yeah, I love it. So the person who shared this in the doc, I think they shared it and then immediately read it and said, "What the fuck?" Like, and they commented like they go on to say that there is no release date, right? Anyway, I love you, whoever that was who shared that in the doc. But moving on here.
I want to say they shared it on Discord too, but
maybe that's where it was.
Oh yeah,
I think
I know who it was. But some rando did it. Thanks,
some random. Okay. All right, so this is a stupid pun that only Japanese people are going to get, or Japanese speakers. You would never guess the name for Anata in Love Live Nijigasaki Academy School Idol Club TV anime. So Anata is the Japanese word for you. Like, you want to go to the mall, right? Like you, right? In that sense. Now, I thought they should have named the character Kimmy, like Kimmy, because it sounds like Kimi, which is the other word for you, right? Like Kimi no Nawa. But they named her, get this, they named her Yu Takasaki.
They literally named her.
It's a character that's a character that is constantly, I guess, referred to as you. They don't give her. They don't actually. It's like in Excel Saga, they call that one character Anohito, that man, right? They never refer to him by his name. They just call him that man. I guess that's what they do with this character. I haven't watched Love Live, but I just thought that was funny. They could have called him Kimmy. Anyway,
Genius.
I closed the tab. The latency is taken. Did I close it? Like, what's going on here? What's going on? There we go. Third Girls in Panzer DOS finale films. I'm sorry. Third Girls in Panzer DOS finale films production continues. So it continues, guys. That's news. I guess it is news during coronavirus times. Fairy Tale director. Okay.
Really hope that they film all 6 films. So, Fairy Tale director Shinji Ishihara helms Talentless Nana TV anime adaptation.
His name is Ishihara. Helms Talentless Nana TV anime adaptation. So, this is getting an anime adaptation. That's the news. Moving on. Signal MD works on TV anime adaptation of Dragon Goes House Hunting fantasy manga. So, yep, we've kind of already known about this.
That sounds interesting. I mean, just by like the title, it kind of sounds.
I mean, I'll watch it. Okay, I mean, it sounds dumb, but I'll watch it. Okay, this sounds hilarious. Itaru Bonoki's "The Vampire Dies in No Time" comedy manga gets anime adaptation. So here's the synopsis. In the suburbs of Inakacho, Saitama Prefecture, there is a castle where an immortal vampire is said to live. The vampire hunter Ronald is hired to rescue the children who have not returned from there. But what he finds is Dralk, a wimpy vampire who easily dies and turns into ash, though he is immortal. And the children were not caught by him, but were only playing in the castle. Ronald destroyed Dralk's castle through a little carelessness. And as a result, Dralk, who has lost his home, comes to live with Ronald at his office in Shin Yokohama. Then the two pair up to solve various cases, such as the exhibitionist vampire. I mean, who doesn't want to freaking read and watch this? This sounds so dumb, but also so funny. Also, secret training begins as the hidden dungeon only I can enter. TV anime is announced. I don't know how there's 2 of you in there. If only one of you can enter it, but oh well.
Sounds like a hentai during just.
It looks like they're having like this like super erotic mind sex. Like, I don't know.
Maybe it's a staring contest.
First one to open their eyes loses. You know, like a reverse staring contest. All right. Fly Me to the Moon from Hayate Combat Butler creator reveals TV anime staff, cast, and visuals in teaser trailer. So this is the kind of title that you just kind of can't do it. You know, this is like that movie from Chunibyo titled "Take on Me." It's like, well, there's going to be some obvious, comparisons here. Yeah.
Will the song title for like the main song be the new title for the movie instead? Yeah, because they can't use it.
Because they can't use "Fly Me to the Moon."
That's a reference to the Netflix
song?
Evangelion.
Yeah, I got that, but the song is actually by.
No. But like I was trying to say, like the main.
No, but I got the joke. Like they can't even call it that. They can't even call it that because like the rights to whatever, which only cost $1,000 to license per year, and Netflix is total bullshit for not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't seen Hayate the Combat Butler, but from I assume you two have. I don't know where number 3 went,
I have
but
not.
does that look like it's going to be a spin-off or sequel due
No.
to what you can tell from the
It's
screenshots?
just the creator.
It's just
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So Brandon Stallis said, World's End Harem, though. Right, here it is. This is for you, buddy. World's End Harem raunchy manga to get anime adaptation in 2021. So the TV anime adaptation is going to, well, I guess this, I don't know why I highlighted that because I just said that. So here's the synopsis. Well, I'm just going to tell you what happens. So a guy is cryogenically frozen and wakes up in the future, Futurama style. And it turns out that some virus has like wiped out all of mankind, but all of ladykind still exists. And they're all super horny for him because they want to procreate. So that's the story.
That sounds amazing, and it should be a hentai instead.
Yeah, well, on the Sankaku Complex article, they directly said like, well, if interspecies reviewers is anything to go off of, this is gonna be a pretty big hit, right? Anyway.
And now, who do you think will pick that up? Funimation or Sentai, or it'll be remain?
I don't know. Do you think it lives up to Funimation's standards?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So Makoto Shinkai teases the next film that he is gradually assembling his work. And the Blu-ray for Weathering with You is going to hit stores on May 27th.
I hope it's better than Weathering with You. I mean,
Random Solace says World End Harem is straight hentai. See, when I saw World End Harem, I thought, is this like a spin-off to World End Economica? But apparently not. It is literally a harem at post-apocalyptic world, right?
now, I'm glad to hear it's straight hentai and not gay hentai.
Well, I mean, if he's the only man on Earth.
Hopefully the food has not mutated in the females of the future.
No, you never know.
I mean, it would make the story more interesting.
Not for me.
But still, if the
wouldn't
the
need
plague
him.
just wipe out like the entire male population like 2 years ago, how are all these females still alive if all the male population is gone?
Biogenically turning their eggs into seeds and planting other women in the ground to sprout for a new future.
Because like the men all died like, I don't know, 5 years before he wakes up, something like that. It probably attacks the chromosome that men have.
It starts in the testicles and goes up.
There's so many like podcast lore references I could pull up right now that I'm just like holding in with that statement. Toshio Suzuki calls Miyazaki's latest big movie big and fantastical, hints at Goro's new project.
Oh boy.
So he said, so we sort of talked about this a little bit. He said that first on the topic of Miyazaki's current project, Suzuki described it as big, fantastical story. As previously reported, this one is taking quite some time to complete, with Suzuki, which Suzuki says comes partially from the new approach of spending more time and money to make a film. That is a new approach, spending more time and money to do it. They're still hand drawing everything, and even with 60 animators compared to 8 animators for 1988's My Neighbor Totoro, for instance, they're completing around 1 minute of animation per month. As of the interview, there are about 36 minutes completed for Kimitachi wa do ikiru ka.
How do you live?
After 3 years of work, and Suzuki hopes to be finished in 3 more years. So I guess it's only going to be like 72 minutes long, but all right.
6 more
On the
years.
bright side, COVID-19 hasn't affected Ghibli's progress, so hopefully they can stay on track with those projections. Also, Goro Miyazaki's new thing is going to be a CG animated film based on a book or story from England. How original, man.
It's not as if they've never done that before.
I know, right? Well, I mean the CG part, maybe. About a very wise girl.
Wasn't Ranja CG?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't
But
watch
that's also TV
Ranja.
series.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so continuing here. Sakutaro Hagiwara's real grandson makes a guest voice appearance in Woodpecker Detective Office. So have you guys heard anything about Woodpecker Detective's Office?
I've never
Sounds
heard
hilarious.
of it.
No.
I've heard
So
the name.
apparently apparently it's based on a real person, and that person's actual grandson is going to be a voice in the show. Is why this is relevant. Anyway, I'm going to just move on because we don't have a lot. I mean, if you can do it, why not do it? SSS.Dynazenon anime showcases characters in second visual, announces cast. Now, I am sorry that I have to show you this horrible character art because I know that because it takes place in the same universe as Gridman, right? So you're thinking, ooh, more Rika. Give me those thighs, girl. That's what everybody's thinking. I'm sorry that this is what you're going to get instead. Because
is it going to be safe space?
Or if you can get down there and show it to us.
Scroll down, scroll down.
That's terrible. Move on.
Where literally none of the characters are appealing to look at all. So there you go. The logo for it's kind of cool though, if I could actually see it. Where they just have Gridman Universe under the dot.
So would this be more like a Voltron-esque?
It's like Gridman.
Okay.
I don't know.
Gridman, but will Dyson be more Voltron-esque? Or
see, because it takes place in the same universe as... Oh, by the way, I just have to say, you remember in... oh, here we go. It's based on the dinosaur mech from the original series. Okay, so yeah. So the dinosaur mech from the original series is the one that in the cartoon... the anime... from Japan Animator Expo had the scaling distortion in it, right? Yeah, that's in the original Gridman with the photograph of the actual dinosaur. I thought they animated that shittily for that. I didn't realize that was from Gridman. Like that was actually how they did it for the live action one with a really shitty like camera effect on. Oh, that was so funny. Anyway, continuing here because I really have to get to bed. Jun Maeda. So we talked about Jun Maeda, the creator / writer of Clannad, right? So his new story has been announced. It's That Day I Became a God. Definitely not related at all to Kamichu, which was great. But I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Clannad was great. Angel Beats sucked ass, though. Continuing. Oh, remember we talked about the Titan's Bride?
Oh, no.
I don't want to look at this.
Oh, no.
I don't want to look at this. Come on.
The catchphrase for the Titan's Bride manga is, quote, the largest scale coupling in the BL history. The series has been serialized digitally via Comic Simoa's Boys Love label, BL Screamo.
His yaoi hand is larger than his face.
Anyway, yeah, I think there's a lot of screaming happening in this. Okay.
What's next?
Inuyasha sequel, Hanyo no Yashahime, announced.
Now, I'm excited about this.
So I want to ask you guys.
I remember seeing this initially like being released news-wise, but when I first saw the first few articles, it was saying it might be fake, and later on, it exploded to be confirmed. So, yeah. What did you see?
Okay, so as you guys probably already know, it's based on the daughters of Sesshomaru and
Inuyasha.
I want to ask you, when you look at this picture, how old do you think those characters are supposed to be?
The same-ish
40.
ages as...
They look 12-ish, but probably a lot older since they're demon.
They look like teenagers like Inuyasha and Kagome, like 15, whatever.
Top one
When I
kinda
look
looks
at them,
Shingo, but
they look like they're halfway between the age of Rin and like Kagome in the original series. You know, like maybe 8 or 10 at the oldest. Yeah, apparently they're grown ass like high schoolers.
Okay.
So anyway, this one is
That one guy looks like the guy from Renee, the guy who's always trying to... I forget his name. He's the guy with the demon wings who tries to screw over the main character, but yeah.
I haven't watched Renee, but I'll take your word for it. So the the twins Toa and Setsuna are the daughters of Sesshomaru, and I'm assuming he finally impregnated Rin, and it's going to be so weird when she's barely turned 18 and he's a million, right? By the time this comes out, for sure, that's how it's going to go, right? And then because they're half demons, right? That's the point, right? So that it has to be Rin, right? Anyway, and then the other girl is Maroha, which is definitely as catchy as Inuyasha, and that's Kagome and Inuyasha's daughter. So I think this one right here was lost in the human world and raised by Kagome's brother. And then there's some fuck it. I'm just gonna close it. There's some amnesia about it. Anyway, moving on. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of the scroll wheel just like having unbelievable latency. Viz Media has announced they've acquired the digital streaming, electronic sell-through, and home video rights to the sequel to Inuyasha, Yashahime, Princess Half Demon for North and Latin American territories. Now this tells me that I better get my ass on buying the fucking Blu-ray for Inuyasha because it's gonna look fucking shit next to the Blu-ray. What I currently have is gonna look like crap next to the Blu-ray for Yashahime.
It's interesting that Viz already has the rights and stuff, and there isn't even a manga made for this. They're just Rumiko's just straight up doing.
Takahashi's just like, yeah, you guys want this?
She's probably like, yeah, it takes a while to make like 40 volumes of manga. Why don't we just like animate it from the get-go?
Yeah. Also, all 558 chapters of Inuyasha manga are free to read online to celebrate the announcement of the sequel series. Although this article doesn't tell you at all where that is. So
well,
I don't
it's
know
either the Shonen app or Japan app.
Yeah. Anyway,
the Nippon.
All right. So I felt like this was worth bringing up just as a bolstering to our claim about Blackluster. Japan's #1 bodybuilder becomes official supporter Baki anime. So you tell me, is this guy naturally tan? My wife is convinced that they photoshopped his face on somebody else's body.
It does look like that.
That's his that is his body.
Weird.
So, like, I remember we talked about.
cheeks,
Remember we talked about Blackluster in One Punch Man, and how everybody's saying that they like gave him blackface.
Blackluster soldier.
The argument is that no, he's a bodybuilder, so he's wearing like that bronzer.
I mean, if you look at his skin, you can see more detail of muscles because he uses that.
Right, that's the entire point of doing it, is so that the highlight gives you more contrast, of course. Anyway, I don't know why I made you guys watch that. I'd rather have Sesshomaru cuck Inuyasha than have him fuck Rin. Okay.
What?
You and lots of fan fiction writers would agree. Also, okay, so I saw the School Rumble mangaka Kobayashi Jin returns to Twitter with new daily art. So I think I knew this back in the day, but I didn't actually see a picture of him. He looks exactly like his character, his self-insert character.
Like Harima?
Yeah. So that's the only reason I'm sharing this.
Too bad Funimation didn't dub it or at least release all the episodes.
All 2 that they were missing that I'm sure.
I mean, it didn't matter because the
it.
Japanese version was perfectly fine as it was.
But it's not on
That show could have had a live action movie.
I hope it gets a sequel.
So this was shared, I think, by John Shane. And as I'm going through all the articles, I'm like, when did I even pull up a comic book? What is it? Comic book CBR? What comic book? I forget what it is. Revolution. Anyway, so we're going to read it because it was shared, and that's part of our policy on here. But I wasn't going to because it's like, come on, I'm just going to listen to somebody complain. The Rising of the Shield Hero is absurdly popular for, all caps here, no good reason. Which to translate is people like it for reasons that they shouldn't, according to me. Anyway, despite a self-insert protagonist who defies all logic and seemingly condones slavery, Shield Hero's popularity is only rising. By the way, I haven't seen any of Shield Hero, so this is going to mean almost nothing to me as I read it, but it was shared in honor of John Shane sharing it. I'm going to read it to you. And in fact, please tell me that. Do I click this? Oh, it's the
No.
TLDR. Should I just do the TLDR?
Looks like you're going to do it.
Let's do the TLDR.
TLDR, it makes weird false accusations, which don't actually happen in real life.
Okay, so it says the Rising of the Shield Hero is incredibly popular despite all odds. Protagonist Naofumi is taken away to a fantasy world to become the Shield Hero. There's a lot of nice art in it. That might be why people like it. You've got all this art. The anime has numerous controversies, which should destroy its popularity.
It's like he's upset that it's popular.
No, that's legitimately the case here, I think. It also seemingly condones slavery, as Naofumi willingly takes slaves.
Oh my god.
Naofumi is also falsely accused of rape, a socially sore point in today's climate. He's even a Gary Stew, winning fights and liked by everyone. Is he liked by everyone? Yeah, I was going to say.
Everyone kind of hates him.
Initially, but he grows to be the hero that they want.
I have to press X the doubt on that, and I haven't seen any of this show. It's also an isekai series, which are reaching an oversaturation point. All right.
Okay.
It's also a shonen series which has reached its saturation point. Actually, it might be saying
Why
it,
is
but
this in my TLDR? Harley and Ivy Forever, from Batman the Animated Series to Harley Quinn.
What
Okay.
to read next?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that. Anyway, so
That was
yeah,
a shit article.
Sorry,
John.
Yeah.
No. So I'm pretty sure John was sharing this. Like, there was another article I could have chosen from, which was Sankaku Complex's teardown of this particular article. But yeah, it's clearly somebody who doesn't want people to like this because they've bought into the. Oh, by the way, damn, I should have shared that article I sent to you guys from the New York Times that said, God, what was the headline? Believe all women is actually a right-wing trap the whole time. God, I just love the world we live in.
you know what? After I watched those episodes of Shield Hero, the first thing I thought was, I'm just gonna go get a slave. You know, that seems pretty sick. Like right now,
Yeah, there you go.
I should just do that.
I mean, there's a kid down the
It's the
street
clear
that has
obvious.
the same name. I could just train him up and be like, yeah, there's only one of me here.
Okay. Oh, because you're going to replace him, I guess?
Never
you're
mind.
like the President Shota. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so John, just to say, I get why you shared it. It was so that we could ridicule it. But I haven't seen Rising the Shield Hero, so I didn't do a good job.
Well, the TLDR, we've already kind of gone over in previous podcasts.
Yeah. But it's just like it's like, can you believe this bullshit? Right? Is I think what he was sharing it for. And although I kind of came across like I was ridiculing you instead of the article, I do appreciate that you and anybody else share stuff for us to cover. Now, with that said, I will move on to stuff that Reese shared. Golgo 13 manga goes on hiatus for the first time in 52 years.
Well, that's like the reverse of Miura. It's like 52 years of hiatus, and then like
The
One
manga
chapter.
is the oldest manga still in publication.
holy wow.
And it's kind of cool. He's got like an entire team. So I've seen a documentary of this guy work. This is the guy who literally he's like, you know what? Whiteout takes too long to dry. So he like takes out his cigarette and puts it right up close to the thing to heat it up and dry it quicker.
Wow.
We should do Go 13 one of these days.
We should one of these days. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba manga franchise will have 60 million copies in circulation, and it's ending at 205 chapters. The manga is ending.
Then they can milk it like the Fate franchise, right?
Yeah.
It's spinoffs.
Exploring how manga gets made with Blade of the Immortals editor. Okay, so I'm not going to read this whole article, but there is a portion of it I highlighted because I thought it was pretty interesting, and it might be interesting to anybody who's collecting that you might actually want to own more versions of this than just like the hard copy version or whatever, and I'm gonna tell you why. Something new readers tend to ask about is the approach Dark Horse took in presenting the Blade of the Immortal manga in a left to right English reading style, but also a cut and paste original Japanese orientation style. Okay, so real quick, when I first read that, I read that as they printed two separate copies of it. One left to right and one right to left. But now that I've actually read the other part of this, maybe that isn't the case. So maybe it's still interesting, but maybe you won't need to collect two different versions of it. Anyway, so it says here, I found a statement from Torrin Smith that he sent to me to run in one of the final Blade of the Immortal monthly comic letter columns about the process. So here's what he wrote, right? So it says, speaking to Samura, the manga author, he was dubious about flopping his art, since this was back in the dark ages when retailers and distributors were wary of unflopped manga, meaning manga that was presented backwards to their audience, right? We didn't have much choice. Still, initially he refused. Later, after the first Tonkabon had come out, I sat down with it and partway through made a realization. As his layout and storytelling skills had matured, he had moved to an unusual style. Almost all of his panels were rectangular. For an idea of how odd this is, grab any manga off your shelf and compare. I made a few photocopies of his pages and pasted them up with the panels unreversed, but in the order of the panels being reversed. It worked. Studio Proteus had put together a sequence of about 10 pages and sent them off to Samura, and he was intrigued. While he had done some work early on that was not amendable to this technique, he suggested that he'd redraw a few panels here and there as needed. I knew we could trim bleeds, and if I kept sharp while doing the rewrite, I could move the readers along correctly with strategic repositioning of the word balloons and tweaking the dialogue. I think it worked pretty well. Hey, it's tough to read each panel knowing it will be unflopped and yet reordered on the page. For the first couple volumes, I actually cut and pasted each page, but eventually I was able to do it in my head on the fly. All of my mistakes were corrected in the trade. That's got to be trade paperbacks. Were corrected in the trade paperbacks, and after Tomoko came on board, there were essentially none, since she kept an eagle eye on this. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So you talked about the look at the panels are like all square, right? So it was actually easy for them to flip them, like take this panel, put it on that side, take that one, put it on that side, right? Do all that stuff and not actually have to reverse the images, right? Anyway, yeah, I'm the only one who found that interesting. Let's talk about genital customization.
Oh boy.
Cyberpunk 2077 genital modification options elate and confuse. The newly released ESRB rating summary for the highly anticipated Cyberpunk 2077 has revealed players will be able to modify and create various combinations of genitals for their characters while also going into detail about the amount of sexual content included in the game. So here's what they went on to say. The game contains nudity and sexual material. Players can select the gender and customize their character. Customization can include depictions of breasts, buttocks, and genitalia, as well as various sizes and combinations of genitals. Players can encounter events where they have the option to engage in sexual activities with other main characters or prostitutes. Those brief sex scenes, from a first-person perspective, depict partially nude characters moaning suggestively while moving through various positions. Some scenes contain brief depictions of thrusting motions. Other scenes depict the character's head moving towards a partner's crotch. So here's the reactions on Twitter. I hope there's a good variety of genitals I can choose from. Quote, various sizes and combinations of genitals? Combination of genitals? I love this. I would like to customize my genitals with its own stats and gear. Add job to that, and we're all set. Red mage penis, berserker penis, thief penis, This person, Alpha Omega Sin, said Berserker Penis is a fantastic band name. Berserker Cock, right? So it just keeps going on. I hope we can collect, mix, and match genitals, and they have special abilities like Pokemon. Professor Oak. Filling the pee-pee decks was my dream, but I'm too old to do it now.
Ooh.
Gamers can finally lose their virginity. Is that for you? Hour. Does the testicles do the testicles shrink in cold weather? Game of the year.
This will be like the Dead or Alive for testicle physics.
Game of all time.
Red Dead Redemption, you mean?
Didn't Conan the Barbarian have like penis size adjustments and ball size?
I was going to tell you once you were finished. Unfortunately, this is only going to be like Conan Exiles, which has a slider that probably is just inflates the size of whatever your boobs
I don't know,
or your junk.
It sounds like they've got great combinations and variations.
Okay, what they mean by that is in Cyberpunk, do you know how they had that controversial poster? The poster of their full package Fuda or whatever, there's the bulge. So in Cyberpunk, they don't conform to necessarily an identity, so it'll probably allow you to have no package Fuda or full package, or the combination of both genitalias at once, because that's the game. It allows you to do whatever. You can have boobs and a dick.
And a vagina.
Sure.
Just a regular vagina, which is just a regular Fuda.
But can you have like an ass, like two asses or something? Like, can you put an ass on your chest?
Wouldn't that be boobs?
Can you just be a walking ass like Assy McGee?
Yes.
Oh, I've seen what Assy McGee is.
And the thing is that you only see the genitals in the customization screen, it seems.
Yeah,
Are they
I imagine
pixelated?
they're probably not. Okay.
Hey, notice the full potential. You could have giant games.
Am I the only one who played the shit out of Chex Quest as a kid?
I guess I've never heard of it.
Same here. Same here.
A game that you got from
I
Chex
want the
cereal?
minute and a half of my life back for watching that stupid fucking trailer.
Oh yeah, this trailer was garbage. The HD one, fucking horrible. But yeah, the original game is literally just a reskinned version of Doom, right? And it was fun as shit.
Oh yeah,
loved it. Would love to play it again, but not this shitty HD version. Also, Unreal Engine 5 tech demo
is amazing.
Anything you want to say? Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure we are living in a simulation. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, is this my platform to defend myself?
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that so you see the rocks, and the thing is, they're like, this is like the cinematic models and the cinematic textures, 8K textures and all that stuff running in real time on a PS5. So it's not even the best hardware that you can get, and it runs this well, and it looks, as they say, photoreal, but in like 5 years we'll probably say that's not photoreal, that's like cartoons. But it looks really good. And okay, the GIF that you have there, I hated that part so much. Like, yes, it had great lighting, great effects and everything, but it looks so
great, but it looked like a cinematic instead of an actual gameplay. You know, like I mean,
no. What I'm going for is that it looked so tooly that the camera just followed around this ridiculous flying animation that like the way that they like temporarily like I forget, did they like take a few steps on the ground to jump themselves back up? It was like
towers and stuff.
So Final Fantasy cinematics, it looks really good when it's motion caps, but when they're like flying around the air, it looks kind of janky. This is that. It's just jank when they're in the air. But anyway, tangent aside, the Lumen engine with the perfect lighting on everything and the detail just looking so good. I'm just really excited.
They're literally using Unreal to render movies now because it's faster, right?
It probably is.
No, it legitimately is. You know, in They did it in Oblivion, and they did it in what's that? The Mandalorian, where rather than use green screens, they're just projecting Unreal environments onto like circular screens. You know, so that when the camera moves, there's a parallaxing where the screen behind the actors is also moving to give the display for what the camera is seeing, so they don't have to green screen stuff. Which is it's advantageous in the fact that you don't have to key the actors and you get a perfect like key, right? Because you don't have to key it. But there's also the disadvantage of you can't add stuff back in as easily. Like when you separate elements into different layers, you can actually do a lot with it. Whereas if you put it as the backdrop, it's like, well, I wanted to change that background, but now I got to record the entire sequence with the actors and everything, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, but
they are using Unreal now for film stuff.
Yeah, I'm just excited for games in the future, like the immersion from like what they can do with it, and it's just really cool.
Well, I'll tell you, like you said, you know, when I'm reading all this stuff about how PS5 ain't shit, right? And then I see this thing, and I'm like, well, like you said, if this is PS5, which I don't even know if it actually is, this is probably like PS5 Extra Pro special, souped up just for this demo.
Well, it runs at 1440p at an unstable 30 FPS. If that's anything, like because it's 4K is supposed to be the standard for PS5, Xbox Series.
Okay.
So it's not running at its full spec, if that's any indication. But like they ran it on a laptop that had a GTX 20 or RTX 2080 Ti mobile version or whatever, and it ran better than this demo on a laptop.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I just want to know if I can play Minecraft and have my entire world loaded instead of like it ending at 12 chunks, you know?
Yeah.
Because that would be fun.
Well, if they recode the whole game to run in Unreal, yes.
Well, the thing is that, like, well, I mean, just put it on a fucking PS3 or PS5. But yeah, the thing is that, anyway, I'll move on. But yeah, continuing. Sega issues trademarks for several Sakura Tyson properties, titled Sakura Wars.
Can we get all the Blu-rays yet?
Black.
Well.
So yeah, Sakura Kakume, Sakura Ishin. Yeah. Anyway, I don't have it. It's just a little weird.
Also, I don't like how the new anime is CG.
Yeah.
It looks kind of like High Score Girl CG though, which was good. So
Higurashi Chapter 1 is free on Steam until a COVID-19 vaccine is found. We don't need a vaccine. But okay.
This is going to be on forever then.
Yeah, pretty much. See, the thing is that it has the art, the original art and the redrawn art as an option.
Yeah, I own it. That's why. Yeah, it's really cool.
All right, a 17-year-old is suing Kagawa Prefecture over the video game restriction ordinance. You know, the one that is not legally binding, has no penalties or any of that stuff, right? So anyway, the reason I'm sharing this is I thought this is interesting. It says here, representing Wataru is attorney Satoshi Sakuhana, who has experience in constitutional rights suits. He argues that local governments such as Kagawa can only enact laws within the scope of the constitutional law, as stated in Article 49 of the Japanese Constitution. Sakuhana also asserts that the ordinances violate Article 13 of the Constitution, which guarantees everyone's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm sorry, did you plagiarize the U.S. Constitution, Japan? Or was this like when we turned you into pacifist Japan? Or did we just like give you some pointers?
No, I just pointers.
All right, here it's all you, RHYS. FDDNM. Twitch implements new trust and safety council that immediately goes full racist and sexist.
So they have multiple members on this new
fans.
on this new YouTube Heroes thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they have all these people that they've hand selected for Twitch, whatever safety council. And there's one that seems to be making it look like this is a bad thing. So right now, what is it? They're saying, I don't know, they have this stupid thing about voice chat, but the main problem is that they kind of denounce everyone as white supremacists when they're like going against their view, and it's like, what? You're being like, I'm just paraphrasing, but there's a lot of things that like they're racist against white males, or prejudice, I should say, because they are kind of white. But it sets a really bad precedent that you have someone like this running at the top of the chain, because the reasons people are saying that this is a good thing, like for everyone except for this person, is that there's someone to be not necessarily be held accountable, but someone that you can like you can actually connect to and be like, hey, this is going wrong. All these thoughts are going wild. But without that, it's like you can just yell. I'm trying to think of a saying, but it's not coming to me. You can yell for help, but no one will come with Twitch, But now that you have a voice, they can like forward it to whoever at Twitch, and then they can be like, okay, be gone thought, and and it'll and yeah. But this person, oh my god, the antlers are traumatizing me right now. But
shall I?
The Safety Advisory Council. Not yet. The Safety Advisory Council. This is a diversity hire as far as anyone can tell, because I think they're trans person as well, and they transitioning into next. Oh God, that was an accidental pun.
Transitioning into
segue into the deer. They seem to have an inner deer.
No, I don't understand, because from as a still image, they're pretty convincing. But when you see the video, they're less convincing. But so, am I to understand that they are transitioning male to female, but also deerkin? Is that how it works? Okay.
That's what it seems like, because the voice sounds like it could have been male and
I don't
putting
know.
on a feminine.
I mean, I guess maybe the voice. The thing, there's something in the anatomical structure of the smile and like the inability to not smile while saying things that comes off masculine to me. But whatever, there are women who look like that. I really do not care about that aspect. I legitimately would believe you if you told me this person was actually female, and the trans aspect of it was the deer thing. Weird. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys.
There's a lot of
cover this.
And then what is it? Segue into the deer.
I've got a video of them talking about their deer life. If you
sometimes I just eat grass, and
I've got that right here. Let me switch it so you guys can hear it.
Yeah, so, someone as mentally unstable as this should not be on the council. Just saying.
I mean, at this point, just like leave Twitch. I mean, we're at the point where it's time to like have a real life, Like the internet was fun, but is the internet big enough for deer people?
Oh, good.
Can you guys hear that?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I wasn't sure if I actually remembered to hit the button.
Yeah. So in my spare time, I go out to my yard. In my spare time, I go out to my yard and I prance around and I eat grass. And I just munch it because it helps me feel in tune with my dear self.
Oh God, they're so.
I'm afraid for this country.
They're so into them putting around. That's nothing scary. That's how
they're so into the act of pecking down for grass. Just explaining it, it's disturbing me.
Okay, I just want to see the actual video of this person eating grass. Like,
yeah, well,
so-
did you see the one where they were getting a
Where they're
sensual
getting the-
massage?
yes, the deergasms or whatever. Okay.
Oh, God, that was the
Whatever you're
worst.
gonna see, but the thing is, okay, this is the thing that irritates me about this the most, is that this person is doing half of this stuff to get a reaction out of people, and it's working. You know, this is exactly the same reason why Jamie Markey does half the things that she does, is because she's like living rent free, you know, like to quote Trump, right? It's all about getting you worked up about it. And it's like, just ignore this person. They're probably not actually going to be able to do anything. In fact, from what I understand, I saw a video from Jeremy Hambley from The Quartering.
Yeah, that's where I found it.
This person got Flip gave us $4.99.
Thank you very much, Flip. Also,
Look-
hi, Flip. I did not get an opportunity to say hi.
I'm trying to put it on the stream, but it ain't working. Reese, can you please do it? Why is my internet so shit?
No, it's because he has the May's mental health banner up, probably.
Okay. Well, whatever it is, I for some reason can't get your comment.
It's showing up.
Is it? It's not showing up for me. All right. Well,
It
I'll
was.
believe you. All
It
right.
was when you clicked on it.
Maybe it
You'll
can't
take
go
our
up when the
word for it.
anyway. All right. Well, anyway, so I've totally lost track of us.
Jeremy.
But, yeah, so Jeremy Hamley had made it sound like apparently after the articles that I had to go over to talk about this, person got BT. Did you pull me out of the stream just now? that this person got BTFO'd by Twitch. See, because it's funny. It's funny because I have this article here, which I have to stop the screen share for and then start a new screen share for. But I have this article here that says Twitch CEO defends controversial safety advisory council member. But then I also have an article, or I don't have an article, but I saw from Jeremy Hamley was talking about how Twitch distanced themselves and basically pulled them aside and said, "What the fuck is wrong with you? We have you're already acting like you get the fuck out of here," right? So I don't know what's going on, but this was, like I said, this person was clearly looking to create some controversy and be the center of attention.
Oh yeah, didn't they like the day of say, y'all, I got immunity from Twitch and stuff, like
Twitch
putting it in
endorsed
everyone's
me
face.
or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I so don't care about this, but I also don't use Twitch, and I'm sure that this is alarming and whatever. And I just want to point out again how one angry gamer called Twitch the poor man's OnlyFans.
Oh God.
Failing to understand the total addressable market that has or is likely to be reached in the streaming marketing, rather than address or tackle any of the concerns that have fueled a decline in both viewership and talent retention, Twitch has opted to create their own trust and safety council to keep their community safe and healthy. Officially, this new panel of individuals will be responsible for drafting moderation proposals and ensuring that the rules are enforced equally across the site. Their official duties are as follows. The Safety Advisory Council will inform and guide decisions made at Twitch by contributing their experience, expertise, and belief in Twitch's mission of empowering communities to create together. The council will advise on a number of topics, including drafting new policies and policy updates, developing products and features to improve safety and moderation, promoting healthy streaming and work-life balance habits, protecting the interest of marginalized groups, identifying emerging trends that could impact the Twitch experience. One of the members of the council confirmed its existence in a public relations stunt to address Twitch's ongoing image problem. They said, Twitch expects its users to uphold standards and practices, and as users on the platform, we expect the same from Twitch as well. The guidelines put in place mean nothing if the rules are not enforced. In turn, when the rules are enforced, it should be clear and concise, not sporadic and selective. Which, again, I love that they start this article with "It's a Gundam thing." Twitch is banning everyone but Alinity, right? The person who he's constantly talking about breaking the rules, throwing the cat. The thumbnail is so good.
Oh my god.
But like literally in this video, Alinity is on. They showed a thing on Twitter that they captured from her Discord. She says, "Don't worry, guys. Twitch said I'm not in trouble, but those of you complaining about me are blah blah blah." Anyway, they're like banning people for not being okay with the bullshit, and of course that's how things always go. It's a cat. Problems with that statement arose immediately when transgendered activist and council member Steph Lohr described plans to implement blatantly sexist and racist policies aimed at addressing imagined disparities between everyone else and white males. It's oddly funny that the left says Nazism was wrong, but at every step claims white males are so superior to everyone else. Touche. That's actually a really good point. No, because that's literally the thing that happens when people say that's racist, and it's like, how was that racist? And then they say, well, because this. It's like, for instance, Biden's slip up when he said that poor kids are just as smart as white kids, or whatever, right? Or however he phrased that, and it's just like, bro, that's the most racist thing ever.
I've never thought of it that way. I guess when someone's saying, "Oh, you guys are freaking white privilege and stuff," it's like, well, I don't know. You're kind of white privilege and white supremacist, and it's like, I don't know. You sound like you're trying to make us out to be the supreme race right now.
Yeah, well, that's what they go on to talk about with Steph's thing. Steph, what's her name? Ferociously Steph, or whatever she calls herself. Dear self. I don't even know how to address this person.
Dearkin.
I don't want to pull up their Twitter just to find out their bio real quick, but this person is saying that they should ban voice chat in gaming,
competitive play,
because it gives an advantage to white males. And the idea was that the voice print of white males makes people more likely to. So I guess the concept was that if you're white, you're more likely to have a dominating voice, and that if you're a woman or a person of color or something like that,
because they can really hear that
you're gonna cower to. I mean, you can kind of tell when you hear an ethnicity in a voice. Occasionally you get like, "What the fuck? You're a black guy?" Like, I would never have guessed.
Well, everyone thinks Donkey is black, including myself, even though he's clearly white.
But you get what I mean. Like, you can kind of usually tell. There's like something in a person's voice that you can sort of tell. Timbre. Yeah, something to that effect. But anyway, the idea was that it's disadvantageous because they say that the reaction is, if you are getting bullied or whatever on voice chat, then mute, right? And they say, well, then if it's advantageous to be able to use voice chat to communicate with your allies in a stream or in a gameplay where you're not where you're playing with strangers, then that means that if you have to mute and not be able to use voice chat, that it is disadvantageous to you.
The thing that confuses me is that it's one or so they say for competitive play, so that either means the esports thing, which makes no sense because it's like it's your team, you're already associated
exactly.
with them.
That's my. I don't understand this. Like, I don't.
Or
first of all, how the
what
fuck
it sounds like is that they're talking about. I go online to play, I don't know, let's say Call of Duty or whatever, and this person's in voice chat, they have an advantage because they can say, guy is in room, be careful. But it's like, in that case, you have an advantage if you have friends. What if you have no friends?
No. But that's the thing about the equity over equality thing, is that you have to lower everything to the lowest common denominator in order to not give anybody an advantageous position. But the thing is,
they're assuming that everyone's competitive and really serious about it when there's people like me who are casual as hell, and they're like, I just died like 15 times and got 1 kill. That's okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that like they're talking about it from the perspective of because you have to look at it from their viewpoint, and they're of the mindset that half of gamers are white supremacists, according to their own statement, right? So, but you have to understand, like, if you're from the mindset, you're claiming that people are being mean and bullying people through voice chat to the point where they have to mute it and they don't use it, and that's disadvantageous, then you're literally when you continually berate and deride cis white men or whatever the flavor of the week that you're gonna make fun of or whatever or downplay, you're creating that.
You're becoming what you
obviously that, but what you're doing is, what did you say? You said not racist because the person is white, but
prejudice.
Prejudice. If you prejudice people, then they are gonna be more angry on the fucking like voice chat because they spend their whole day being shat on constantly. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy is kind of thing. It's like I sort of talk about this with that California senator, Leland Yee, who was an award-winning gun control advocate who, like the character in Gunsmith Cats, was actually running guns on the street. He was providing them to drug dealers and stuff, including things like rocket launchers and whatnot. And the guy's an award-winning gun control advocate. And the reason why you operate on both sides is because when you create the problem, then people keep giving you more money to ban stricter laws and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening, is that you're decrying white supremacy, but you're actually creating white supremacists by being flat out racist to white people. It's like it's not an appropriate response, but it's just like in any situation where if you are look at Black Lives Matter, do you think that they became as radical as they are because people were nice to black people, or because they were radicalized into believing that everybody's racist against them? This is exactly how this kind of stuff happens, and it's just going to get worse. And it always has gotten worse. I mean, look at before Obama, we really didn't have any of these like major racial issues in the country, and then it just like perpetually has gotten worse and worse and worse, to the point where, as I sort of talked about in the beginning of this podcast, we can't even have a conversation with each other. We don't even speak the same language anymore. And words are now so triggering that you can't communicate, right? Because you can't even hear the word trigger without it triggering you. You can't hear the word woke without acting like
going broke.
But you get what I mean. Like, this is where we're at now. It has been a complete and utter division through that method, and it's the exact opposite strategy to, like, if you actually wanted a trust and safety, you would want like people to come together and people to celebrate each other, or not. Yeah, I honestly think that the ignoring of what people are, not caring what people are, hey, you're on my Minecraft server, let's go hunt the Ender Dragon. Oh, you turned out to be a black guy because we became friends and like we learned a little bit more about each other and met up at Minecon. And I don't even give a shit that you're of a different race than I pictured you in my head, because we are buddies now because we spent 50,000 hours in Minecraft. You know what I mean? Like that's how this kind of stuff works. And then you make it about like the pettiest, stupidest shit that people can't control about each other. Like, oh, that person's a cis white male. It's like, well, better ostracize them, or whatever, however that's going to go. And it's like, it's literally the exact opposite strategy that is going to make the problem disappear. And they're going full force in it, No.
I did. I thought it was funny.
They said council's opinion don't really mean shit / represent Twitch, but they also say they don't condone harassment. Yeah. Oh, regarding what I said about, does Twitch defend them, or do they, did they give her a stern talking to? Also, now that I can finally get it on there, Flip, we love you too. Glad to have you in our audience again. Anyway. But you guys, you kind of get what I mean. Like, I just, I'm not gonna give this person the time of day because this was obviously an attempt to get attention.
You've actually given them like maybe 20 minutes. So
Sure, but you know what I mean. I'm not gonna complain about this and act like we need to deplatform them and get them off the safety council because it's a position that means nothing. It's a diversity hire scapegoat position that doesn't mean anything unless you let it mean something. You know, because when you are triggered so deeply by this person that you start doing the harassing campaigns and stuff, that's what's going to give them more power. You know? Flip says, maybe it's because I'm racially ambiguous, but I've never had a problem being accepted from any race. People usually think I'm Middle Eastern. You know, that's funny. Because there's a deaf Hispanic woman who barely speaks any English at work, and this is kind of a weird thing because we have to wear the masks, right? But she reads lips, so constantly, literally all day, this woman wants to get my attention, and it's just like, yep, pull the mask down to talk to you every minute of the day. This woman asked me because she's, you know how deaf people, they talk, but like they don't quite get the pronunciation quite right. Mm-hmm. She tried to ask me where I was from one day, and she's like, Arabic? Arabic? Right? And I'm like, what on earth are you saying to me? And she takes out her phone, and it just says, Afghanistan, ? And I'm like, what? she gets on her phone, she's like, where are you from?
God damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
She thought she was trying to say Arabic, and she's like, Arabic, right? Like,
oh.
Anyway,
I mean, you do have
I look
weird
Arabic to anybody? Like, yeah, it was really weird. Anyway, but yeah, I can appreciate Flip's conundrum there. People thinking you're Middle Eastern, apparently. Never in my life has that ever come up until that moment. And then it was really weird because we had one day when she needed to use like time off or something, and I had to get another girl who spoke English and Spanish to help translate for me because I just couldn't do this conversation because it was all about the technical aspect of how much PTO are you actually using and stuff because I got to get this into the system correctly. And like during the time I'm typing, the girl who's translating for her, she says you're very attractive, and I'm like,
well then,
okay. This is weird. I'm like, you know that thing where you like the hair
you show her your left hand and move on.
You start like shrinking into your shell like a turtle.
She's really into those Arabic boys, you know.
Yeah, this like
the ring on the fingers.
55-year-old. Yeah, fucking the ring. My ring broke last week during my overtime. I had to like get tape and put it back on. I bought a second one because I'm just wearing my silicone ring for warehouse duties because I don't want to lose a finger. Because that does happen. People fall and grab onto something, and your finger will rip right out the bone, and it'll just pull straight out.
Maybe, yeah.
Then if you hit
I've known people that's happened to. It ain't happening. All right. So
what did your wife say when you lost it?
When I lost it, I still have it. I just taped it on. Anyway, so this person did some digging and found that Steph is actually, so I quote verbatim, I think a lot of you gamers are white supremacists, right? So legitimately what they said. They work for the Anti-Defamation League.
Oh.
So yeah, once again, Anti-Defamation League, founded in 1913 by Jacob Schiff to stop people from questioning the Rothschild conspiracy. Anyway, but yeah, she works for the Anti-Defamation League. So of course this is her strategy. Oh, I can find out her pronouns now. Oh, she, her. Okay, good. I was right. Still don't know if it's a woman or a deer, but also is into Oddish apparently.
Oh yeah, I saw a clip that had the Oddish like a subscriber thing, and I was like, what?
Bro, this lady eats grass. I think you should get away. Apparently, she also ate edibles on stream. That was part of the quartering video. Anyway, now that we're done with this conversation, it's funny, the conversations I want to have the least are the ones I have the hardest time getting out of and ending. Funimation acquires Decadence anime for this summer.
Studio Nut.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
The one that did Tanya the Evil.
Yep.
And I saw the post, not this poster, a different poster. I'm like, this looks like I don't understand the technology, and I could be wrong, but it looks like they had some sort of asymmetrical thing like Tanya the Evil that made no practical sense. And I'm just like, can we not do this again? Like, because in Tanya, they had like one boot that floated them or whatever.
Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. But real quick, I just want to mention, because I forgot to bring it up, the sequel to Inuyasha is also being animated by Sunrise, like the original.
Sunrise is pretty good.
Yeah, Studio Nut. Didn't they also do Mob Psycho?
No.
Director of the Sleeper Hit. Hold on. Director of Sleeper Hit, Death Parade, and Smash Hit Mob Psycho 100. So it's the director. I knew I had seen something about it. Anyway, continuing here. Shout Factory postpones U.S. home release of Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna anime film.
Well, that sucks.
Well, I hope they call it Last Digivolution by the time it comes out, right? Am I right? No, okay. The anime film, which had its cinema release canceled due to the coronavirus outbreak back in March. You know, Duo, if you're still watching, now you've got plenty of time to catch up. Would have seen its home video release in the world on July 7th in the United States. So it was actually going to get a home video release in the world, the first home video release in the US before Japan.
Huh.
But now it's been delayed, so who knows?
Interesting.
Also, Ride Your Wave surfs to Blu-ray and digital in August of 2020.
Haven't heard of it, but cool.
Masaki Iwasa. So it's coming out August 4th, 2020. Exclusive.
It's already in the solicitations. We can skip this article.
All right. G Kids announces exclusive Promare Collector's Edition.
Exclusive to the world.
But I want to know, though, will it have the panel from Anime Expo where they flat out said
no,
it wasn't canon?
Of course not. They would never. If they had the option, they would take it and put it in the trash can because it would decry everything that the fan base is loving about it.
Yeah, I thought it was a garbage movie that looked really pretty. Not because of the kiss thingy, like that is such a minor aspect of it because it's literally like told in the story as being like how you bring the person back to life. But I legitimately just thought it was bad storytelling in terms of how it was handled. But anyway, per Robert's Anime Corner Store, Chrome Shelled Regios Complete Series, the Save Edition is now out of print. Oh dear God, get your lime spine. DVD is still available at Funimation. Anyway, closing.
Well, I have the limited edition, and that showed had no ending, but yeah.
So Funimation distribution / shipping update per Robert's Anime Corner Store. It says, we've received notice of this week Funimation's master distributor, meaning the warehouse partner that ships all Funimation products to everyone else, has been forced to temporarily close their warehouses due to the COVID situation. They expect to reopen in about 2 weeks, and nothing will be coming from them to retailers while they are closed. They have also warned that once they reopen, shipments may not be forthcoming as usual due to the backlogs that will accumulate. This probably means, for one thing, that the next couple of weeks' worth of new releases from Funny that haven't shipped yet might be late. So we are going to proactively move some of those dates for mid-May releases forward a bit. Now, we ship a lot of Funimation releases and keep most of their catalog titles pretty deep in warehouses anyway. So we are going to do the same thing we have done with the manga and shift our purchasing to distributors and anywhere else we can source Funny titles until their main warehouse reopens. I'm not expecting any meaningful shortages here at Robert's Anime Corner Store on Funimation titles due to this, but I'll keep you informed if the situation changes.
Well, I got my quintessential quintuplets, and hopefully my Shield Hero's already been in the warehouse.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about because it's not in right stuff yet.
All right, so here we go with Jay Savakis on Blu-ray.com talking about was it Shinjuku privatized?
Yes.
So it says there's a mix issue in the Japanese audio, but the English appears to work as intended. He's in the process of making new discs. We'll have them in a month. Sorry for the trouble, and thanks for digging deeper on this. DM me if you want to trade in. So I'm hoping that there will be a more official trade-in thing than DM me, right, on Blu-rayForum.com.
If it's anything like there was an error with the Japanese Samurai P-pads.
I got the right stuff.
Right stuff got a hold of it and got the reprint disc and just send them out to the people who ordered it.
Mm-hmm.
If we're lucky enough in that program. So,
all right. So how many pages of this do we have, Reese?
I got them all.
But how many?
That's why the Grave of the Fireflies steelbook is what is it?
Pure red.
Yeah. To match the other Ghibli styles.
Yeah, we already had like Ponyo and Howl's Movie Castle. Now we've got Kiki's Delivery Service and Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind.
It would have been nice if these came out before I bought that Ghibli all-in-one collection.
Yeah.
That all-in-one collection? You talking about the Amazon one?
Yeah.
That thing's worth quite a bit of money right now.
Oh,
yeah.
And it has Lupin the Third Castle Cagliostro with the Porky Pig dub.
Yep.
And look, Ride Your Wave.
Don't get me wrong. I'm glad I have it, but I just don't like seeing these alternate limited edition when I already have.
And I'm glad I never bought the Blu-rays up to now, because now it's like, oh well, it's finally time to buy the Blu-rays. I guess I'll get them from here.
Yeah. In the combo packs, and they still had the booklets that were in the regular Blu-ray combo packs. And then at those stupid size collector's editions.
Oh god.
And here's the DVD only version of Ride Your Wave. I better close these. Boom, boom. Here's the premiere.
Exclusive.
Collector's edition. Look at that CD soundtrack.
It comes with the soundtrack. That's what it has.
Look at it on the disc. See that 16 right there?
Yeah.
Where the hell is it coming from?
Okay, so they had a collector's edition that looked identical to this pre-ordered on the UK. So they must be using the same stock image. Right?
Yeah, must be.
Oh,
I'm glad Blu-ray only. They could have included the DVD. I mean, for this price.
Oh, come on. They had to add one extra disc, which costs like $1.
Where's my VHS? The beta.
Anyway. All right.
All right, here, let's give us your epic rant. Show us the earlier ones. Do you want me to pull them up? Do you want to say this and I'll pull it up so you can...
Do what now?
You want me to pull up so you can do your epic rant of all the previous?
No. I'll be quick. This should have been called Part 24, and 0 should have been called Part 23. This is also not shown here. Based, I think WTK got the images off of Funimation.com. This is Blu-ray case size now, instead of
like
DVD
how
size.
thin it is.
Height.
Wait, but that looks like DVD height.
It does.
There's images out there that WTK got that show that this is in a Blu-ray case.
Well, I'm still gonna wait for the 2-in-1 collections that are inevitably gonna come out. So,
hang on, I'll pull this up quick.
look, Funimation, if you're gonna not follow through with it, just cut it off quick. Like the One Piece, just release Blu-rays already.
See that?
I wait for the collections.
Ooh, and it has a double banner. That's nice.
Instead of being a DVD sized case. Anyway, Card Captor Sakura Clear Card Complete Series.
Sweet.
Legend of Galactus Heroes Season 2.
All right.
Or Die New Thieves Season 2.
Season 2 is supposed to have like a whole. It should be like different movies instead of episodes.
I'm pretty sure they kept it as the episodes instead of the movies.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it says it
You
back
might
here somewhere.
with a $5 super chat. This is definitely the most money we've ever made on the podcast. We need to do 2 weeks. says, "You got to be kidding me! Who was checking the Fairy Tale releases? Why was Zero Blu-ray size? Zero acts separate from the other sets, but
And then
never mind." Okay.
he probably heard that RHYS say that it's actually Blu-ray size. But
Yeah, he had a.
this is why I'm so hell bent on future-proofing.
Did we see that Digibro is trans?
Well, now I do.
Is he real trans or is he?
Oh no, he must be a pony trans, right? Like trans pony.
Mobile Suit Gundam Iron Blooded Orphan Season 2. Are you on me yet? Or yeah, or still on me? Okay.
So yeah, hold on. Did Iron Blooded Orphans season 2 have a? They had that big thing that came with the Gundam model, right?
Yeah.
But did it have like a special art box too?
No. It comes with both parts, and you stick them in season 1's art box.
I knew we had already discussed that, but I had a panic attack the other day when I realized I forgot to buy it.
The thing is, when that released, it was like virtually the same price to buy both parts separate or to buy both parts in this limited edition. So I opted for the limited edition, and I built my second Gunpla.
Yeah, you got a Gunpla and yeah. Ensemble Stars Part 1. Astra Lost in Space.
I want to get that.
Which apparently has a different image underneath the slipcover. Also, probably from I can probably pull that up real quick here. Fandompost.com. If you guys aren't on there, get on that. This is a great resource site.
Yes, Flip, it did. Which I put with my other oversized boxes.
And here's the cover underneath the slipcover.
It's nice.
Thank you again, WTK. Now we have Island, the Essentials Edition.
So how come we're not talking about A Dog's Courage?
Oh, what?
That's coming up.
Is it?
Do you see his tab?
Oh, it is. I do see it. You have them out of order.
Lost Blu-ray DVD combo.
All right. Funimation's still doing the DVD combo.
I think this is a Korean film.
Yeah.
Korean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's from Welgo. It's like people that brought you Kung Fu Soccer.
House of Hummingbird.
Best anime.
And we got Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works.
Yeah, it took long enough to come out.
I'm surprised it came out as early as it did because Japan got theirs back in January. This is coming out in July. We had to wait like 2 years for the Fate Zero one. So I'm happy to have this.
At least it's a cheaper price instead of those.
It was like 250 or something. Or sorry, no, wasn't it like
200?
It's like $180 per half.
Sorry, yeah, it was about 180 instead of 150, like Zero was per box.
Yeah. So I will be absolutely happy to buy this, and I'm great. I saw that it was 8 discs before I saw this image, and I was like, oh, please don't be four cases. Please don't be 4 cases. I was like, if it's 3 cases, I mean, fine. Like the
It has a box.
Gurren Lagann set, because that's 7 discs, but 2 cases, perfect, great, thank you.
Shelf space awareness.
Yeah.
And Flip called it, as whoever said.
Flip called it.
So what was
now experience the magic of the podcast.
This is standard edition.
It was inevitably going to come.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It was nice to have confirmation.
Yep.
How much do the limited editions cost comparatively? Is it like $4 more?
Yep. Sure. Okay, so here's this one. $49.99.
Oh, but that's what the gift purchase.
$70. So
Okay.
$20 less MSRP. So,
I mean, I still think they're nice. I like
about $20 or so. And then we have Boruto, Naruto, Next Generations.
Dude,
Set 6.
It doesn't even
Which-
say set 6 on any
Yeah, it
part
doesn't
but
even
the
say
back.
sex.
Wait,
It says it on the back.
Where's it say on
Man,
the back? I haven't...
the collection will not like this one.
Yeah. It just says Mitsuki's Will, where all the other ones say like the episodes and then the
hold on,
number.
on the spine.
The
Same thing
spine
on the
is
spine.
completely different as well, though, because it's like all this dark
It just says
gray.
Mitsuki. It's, yeah.
And this comes out in July. There's probably still time for them to change it if you guys want to shout at them.
Change.org, you know, that thing that works.
Yeah. See this one?
I think works more is
That's
just
5.
giving them a like what the fuck on Twitter.
We got the big 5 on the spine with the episodes. A big
So is
5
that
in the
that guy that we
episodes
talked
there.
about? That guy that we talked about who they claimed was going to ruin Viz?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Guy who
It must have been
all the
obvious.
articles written about- must have been that guy, right? That's how we react to all these.
Fucking terrible.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not buying this shit.
I'm not glad that I am buying this.
Here's the DVD version. That's it.
Only on set 6?
Yep.
I own Boruto. I'm sorry. I thought that was Shippuden for a second. Okay. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Reese?
But it's,
Oh yeah. Had to stream. No game, no life skateboards. All right.
ooh, Johnny Mustard.
So I didn't feel comfortable sharing the original images,
The original
On
splatters.
even though legitimately nothing probably needed to be covered. Although maybe I forget the
Steph's
character's name, the
cleavage.
robot's little penis over here maybe needed to. But yeah, there was nothing. It actually looks worse with the mustard on it. And if you haven't heard my amazing,
it looks extra
light novel,
spicy right now.
yeah.
So will the mustard ball become a shirt?
No. Why would I put that on a shirt?
You should make a shirt that just has 2 mustard splatters where your nipples go.
All right, so
And have the
Japan's
mustard.
Pokemon manhole covers have been released as in a line of mugs. So they have like the actual
That's
prefecture where they're
awesome.
from.
I don't have to rob Stewart Cat.
This was pretty cool.
Where can we purchase?
Online.
Okay, Fuda. They're called Poke Fuda coffee mugs.
Oh god. Where's the appendage?
The handle.
Ah. It's the part they want you to handle.
Yeah, I grip it every morning.
Okay. So you can buy them on Village Vanguard's online shop here. Click.
All right. How much?
You want to buy a Fuda?
All right, so they made a pair of pajamas that looks like a dress shirt from the parts up that you're gonna see in a Zoom call, right? For work. So you can just take off the tie and jump right into bed.
There you go.
Even
Have
though
this
if
thing
you ever
full of
had to
tie.
raise your arms into frame, maybe you should, have a button up that goes all the way down there. But yeah, the idea is that it's like a mullet, but with pajamas. Business on top, party in your bed. Okay. Anyway. All right. It's Pennywise turned into a pretty anime girl figurine, proving that even the worst horrors in life can be confusing boners.
Did you? Okay.
Oh my god.
We didn't see the top.
Well, here's the top. And it also has like the little paper boat and the blood and everything. Anyway, continuing. These are pretty awesome. Ghibli get glasses, right, to drink. They kind of look like shot glasses, the highballers. Whisper the Heart, Spirit Away.
Is the highballer like the circular ice you put in the glass, or is it the type of beer, or is it
No,
the type of glass?
It's a glass that has a higher elevation of balls.
Yeah. It's a shot glass that's taller.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just narrower and taller.
It has like 2 shots worth in it or whatever, or it's just like
it's the
one
same
shot.
volume, but it's
The
just
same
taller.
volume, but it's taller, right? Yeah. My friend had ones that are shaped like shotgun shells.
Ooh.
Make your own fishy face mask thanks to Japanese University.
Lovely.
There you go, guys.
I've seen it all now.
This is what we do at Japanese
Was-
University. We make fish cut out. In America, we do studies and, determine things.
Oh, you have the straw hole.
Determine things.
You have the straw hole for the paper straw that you get at Starbucks.
School swimsuit fabric instead being used to produce face masks. So a company that makes Tsukumizu is now using their facilities to make face masks. So I don't know, if you have a Tsukumizu fetish, you might want to jump on that, I guess. Have a boner all day in public, but whatever. Come on. I closed you.
Ooh,
You're
that'd
insisting on that now.
that'd be a pretty good face mask design for self.
Right now, I think my video is behind, so in like a delay of 20 seconds, you'll probably hear me go, "Oh my god, that's great!"
Oh, okay. Because you have a Tsukumizu fetish, I guess?
I don't know. For all I know, maybe I do.
Terrifying Pokemon fan art fails to win card design contest, succeeds at scaring everyone. So apparently they did this fan art, and there's like this little creepy Charmander in the background. Wow. Scroll. Yes. Also terrifying Pikachu.
This somewhat reminds me of
I
like
still see
old
the
Magic the
Charizard.
Gathering
I
card
also
art.
see the Charizard too.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm moving on. Huge Pikachu plush, heavy enough to use as exercise weight. Other Pokemon as big as a person. So this Pikachu is 2 foot 7.5 inches tall, and he weighs 10 pounds. And this Meowth is 5 foot 5 inches tall, and apparently is long cat, and can be in your bed.
Oh, there it is. Holy shit! What the fuck is that?
For you weird fetishists out there.
Fetishist? Is that like an occupation?
Yes.
You like
Well-
you're the scientist that figures out fetishes?
That Meowth is the hula hoop
Why
champion.
the thumbnail of this video is going to have one of these behind Augie in his pixelated face. Japanese self-pleasuring aid Tenga releases series of video chat backgrounds.
God.
So I'm pretty sure I know which one we're going to use for the thumbnail. That one.
I can't see the one you're speaking of.
The one with all the sex toys in it.
If I used video chat, I'm probably going to use that one, but I don't use video chat, so I'm not going to use it anyway.
Use it for audio chat then, Reese.
All right. So I found this article when going over another less podcast appropriate article for Mother's Day. This Mother's Day, give mom some panties, Japanese lingerie maker suggests. When you were a kid, your mom bought your underwear for you, but are you comfortable returning the favor? Japan celebrates Mother's Day on the same day as the US does, which this year will be May 14th. This is like 2017 or something, though, right? With just a few weeks left between now and then, loving children are thinking about what to get mom as a present. And one company has a very unusual suggestion. While carnations are associated with Mother's Day in other countries as well, the connection is ironclad in Japan. So for those who haven't gotten a gift for mom yet, Kyoto-based Wakol suggests these. Oh man, I put away so much Wakol underwear at work. Elegantly and individually wrapped, what mother wouldn't be deeply touched to receive these from their son or daughter? Actually, that's not a rhetorical question. And the answer is any mom who doesn't want her kids buying panties for her. See, Wacol isn't a florist. It's a lingerie maker. The same one that recently polled women about their showdown lingerie. So while those may look like carnations, they're actually carefully rolled, folded, and packaged panties. I mean, I don't know a lot about lingerie, but I know that this looks like granny panties. Officially called the Pants Flower series, some solace can be taken in that Wacol chose the decidedly conservative, non-sexy designs for the lineup. If you absolutely feel the need to give your mom some intimate apparel as a present, well, this is probably the most appropriate style to go with.
Just imagine if you're like a child and your mom's like, do you have any dirty intimate apparel that needs washing?
Although things are going to get awkward if she stops to read the packaging, which has underwear is love letter written across it. All right. Aside from folding the panties to resemble carnations, the fabric is actually colored with dye extracted from the traditional Mother's Day flowers, adding just a tiny bit of logic to this rather unorthodox gift idea. The Pants Flower series is priced at $11.70 US a pair, meaning that even if you baffle your mom with your present selection, you will at least might be able to impress her with your frugality. All the colors can be ordered here directly from Wacol in medium or large sizes. Apparently, the company is confident your mom isn't svelte enough for a small. Oh, and if you're not quite convinced this is what your mom wants for Mother's Day, you might want to consider some other options too. I'm just curious.
Brad, have you confessed to your wife that you've been handling various amounts of panties at work?
I mean, I hold 1,000 bras a day.
So with them folded as flowers, wouldn't it be obvious as soon as they grabbed it and smelt the flower that it's not a flower?
I mean, it wouldn't smell like
I mean,
anything.
Unless you're blind, you're not going to think that's an actual flower. What moms really want for Mother's Day. Okay, motorcycles. Great.
A Tanga?
I'm not going to read. All right. Beauty Dictionary for Japanese elementary girls advises brain dead phrases for boys to like them. Now, I got to be honest with you. I think these phrases are genius. Because the key to being liked is scrubbing away your personality. Ain't that the truth? Being young is tough. Between school, parents, puberty, and the pandemic shutting down your graduation, it can be a very confusing time. So when you're towards the end of the elementary school and suddenly injected with a heavy dose of hormones, you might be interested in checking out some books to help you talk with your crush. Even though she's an adult, Japanese Twitter user Chisato recently decided to check out some books aimed at young kids to see what kind of advice they were giving. She posted her surprising find to Twitter. New Facebook won't let you look at the link dump. Shall I? Like, what's it not letting you do? Is it because it's? You're not in the Facebook group, right? Let me see if I can post it here.
Here, quickly, let us know which exact user you are, what your full name and address is, and we'll see if we can give you admin privileges.
Apparently, okay, an error occurred. Wait a moment. Okay, great job.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting insufficient permission, too.
Interesting. Weird. Blocked by X-frame options policy. You know, I'm about ready to just switch over to like Google Docs and like I don't know.
And link the Google Doc in Facebook?
No.
In
like
Discord?
switch over Discord, yeah. I'm so done with all this bullshit. Anyway, continuing here. I was a shocked old woman when I saw what elementary school girls are reading these days. Translation below. I mean, if you told me this was manga, I'd believe you. Though this book is the Beauty Dictionary, and there's not And there's a lot going on in those 4 images. One of them tells girls how to look pretty for their boyfriends by putting on makeup, and another suggests shampoo for different hairstyles. Considering most elementary school kids should just be using whatever shampoo comes in a fish or cow-shaped bottle, it's already a little weird. I mean, no, different hairstyles, you do need different shampoo, depending on the person. I don't think that's that unusual. But the page that sticks out the most is the one about how to talk to boys. Here's the translation. Cute conversation techniques. Do you get nervous talking to boys? Here's some easy techniques to try out. Number 1, parroting technique. Parroting is repeating the same words back to the person you're talking to. It shows that you're listening and keeps the conversation flow.
Even if you're not.
Example. Good morning. Did you go anywhere on vacation? Him. I went to the amusement park with my family. You. Amusement park? Him. Yeah, OCA Riverland. You. OCA Riverland? I want to go there. Him. It was fun. I like roller coasters best. You. Roller coasters, huh? I wonder if I could handle that, right? So basically, you take a noun from every sentence and say it again, right? I may or may not be planning to use all of these techniques on Rontoya if he guests on the podcast.
Are you going to use techniques like this on Rontoya if he gets on the podcast?
That's what I literally just said. Anyway, we're already starting off on some. Oh, I get it. You're using the parroting technique. Gotcha. Good one.
Yeah.
We're already starting off on some shaky ground here. Perhaps parroting could be beneficial in some extreme circumstances, but when just talking to someone normally, it can get very grating very quickly. Far from being cute, it feels like it turns the speaker into a parrot himself, or themselves, or their dear selves. But the next technique is even more egregious. It uses part of the Japanese alphabet, the sa, shi, su, se, so section, which is why we chose to translate it here as ADCDE technique. Boys love to be praised. If you don't know what to say, use the magical, it should be ABCDE technique here. Use the magical ABCDE words and remember to praise them from the heart. A is for amazing. Literally, as expected, you're amazing. Example, I didn't study, but I passed the test. Wow, Name-kun, you're amazing. Or sugoi, right? Be careful with this one, since if you don't know him well enough yet, he may wonder why you think he's so amazing. B is for unbelievable. Literally, I didn't know that. Example, this elementary school is haunted. Whoa, unbelievable. If he says something you already know, you don't have to pretend like you don't know. Just say, I want to know more. C is for cool. Literally, cool. I grew an inch. Cool.
Where did that growth occur?
Where did your inch grow?
What's your appendage?
Was your inch an
The
accomplishment?
way to slip in a compliment is in the middle of the conversation, or the perfect way to slip in a compliment in the middle of a conversation. D is for discerning. Literally, good sense. Example, Name-kun, you're so discerning with the manga you like to read. Whenever a boy has something new with them, be sure to take notice of it before anyone else. E is for extremely interesting. Literally, oh really? Example, oh wow, that's extremely interesting. So cool. If you drop this during a lull in the conversation, it will show that you're listening, and talking to boys will be easy. So legitimately, I gotta be real. If you're an elementary school boy, literally all of those will work on you. Because you aren't interested in the girls anyway in elementary school, right? Because like they mature faster and all that stuff. So literally all that stuff is just reflecting on how great you are. And you're like, damn straight, like where do we even start with this? I suppose at least for the second one, they don't outright tell the girls to lie and say they don't know something when they do. Hooray. Again, we were all elementary school kids once, and we remember how hard it was to talk to someone you liked. But advising kids to praise their crushes nonstop is not the way to go about helping. I mean, yeah, it's kind of manipulative, but it would work is the point. Hey, the girls aren't buying these magazines because they want a genuine relationship with their crush. They want to own that crush.
I think the real key is to be interesting yourself instead of just being like, wow, you're super interesting. Wow,
Yeah,
praise this, praise
They're
that.
trying too hard.
FDNM, that's amazing.
Oh, amazing. I was told that the other day by someone else.
That's totally rad.
Rad? Yeah. Yeah, I watched something that was totally rad the other day as well.
How gnarly was that?
Gnarly? Yeah, it was also pretty gnarly.
Dear God. Okay. But advising kids to praise their crushes nonstop is not the way to go about helping. At best, it will cause even more lulls in the conversation and frustrate the other person. And at worst, it will erase your personality in the vain hope of trying to become more appealing to someone else. Here's how Japanese netizens reacted. Teaching this to elementary schoolers is awful. It's teaching girls not to value themselves. Gross. This is how you appeal to your middle-aged boss, not how you appear cute. Sugoi, boss, son. Honcho. This reminds me of magazines I read as a kid that taught me how to make love spells.
Mice spells.
Is it weird that I feel like I learned a lot from this as a 23-year-old? I would never let my kids read this. These conversation techniques just look like you're trying to cast a spell or something. Let's go ahead and take this opportunity to suggest an alternative ABCDE technique for anyone at any age looking to talk to their crush. A is for anxiety, which remember you're both feeling. B is for bugs, the best icebreaker in any situation. C is for candy, packed in your lunch and awesome to share. D is for dinosaurs, for when bugs fail. E is for easiness. If the conversation doesn't flow, then move on. There are plenty of others. Okay. Although at the end of the day, I suppose we should at least be thankful the Beauty Dictionary didn't have a list of the types of guys elementary school girls don't want to date. Okay. I mean, do elementary school girls date guys? Let me guess. Is the list all adults? Oh, they don't like guys that worry about their bangs, has the TV on without watching it. Bald. Yeah, I don't like my elementary school crushes to be bald either. Are they talking like Caillou levels of bald, or are they talking like an old man bald?
I think they're talking about shaved head.
Oh, don't date those anime otaku. Bowling score is under 100. Dump them. Annual salary under 7 million. Yeah. What? Air conditioned?
Hell
Like
yeah.
you walk around with a fan?
Be able to afford air conditioning.
10. Don't like them if they're strong. All right. Anyway, moving on. So the Japanese government is proposing cyborgs and robotic avatars for all by 2050. So that movie Surrogates apparently is going to be true in Japan first. The above diagram suggests Vegeta suits may be involved as well. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm not going to cover this. Let me save this for next week. I don't want to go over another one here. We'll go through these quick ones here. We'll save some of these for next week. Website converting real life photos into original anime characters, right? So anyway, you've seen the ad, right? Where you take your like selfie and it turns you into an anime character. I just want to share how ass some of these look. If you're already Asian, it kind of works. But God help you if you're not.
Wow.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Trump Coon.
That's as close as we're going to see Trump in a music video.
What happened to Trump Coon? What did they do to him?
So if you barely have a nose, it registers. If you have a nose, it does not register. Pseudo Trump didn't get a good job.
Oh, Jesus.
That
It kind of looks like Tagura. Tagura
Oh.
from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah, kind of.
This guy's
I think
this
he's
guy's
pounds, but yeah.
this guy's goatee was registered as an eyebrow, so it generated an eye on his neck.
Oh God.
You saw her face; it didn't work out.
This guy, like half the background became his hair.
Oh, that's messed up. It registered as a girl's face.
Anyway, I thought those were good. All right, I'm gonna power through a couple of these real quick. Japanese politician gets caught watching a crocodile video during a parliamentary session. So all I have to say about this is imagine this is Trump and it's the Gorilla Channel.
They got the snap on him.
Imagine it's Trump and he's watching the Harambe.
No, do you not know the Gorilla Channel thing?
Nope.
So do you remember that book that came out called like Fire and Fury or whatever? And it was like a expose on Trump's White House, and the guy wrote it. And it's like somebody made a fake excerpt from it that claimed that Trump all the time in the White House had videos of gorillas on, and he people were demanding Netflix would get access to the Gorilla Channel and stuff in response. It was just a big meme. Anyway, the joke is lost on you if you didn't get it. I guess I'll just keep moving. All right, I'm going to save this next one for next week too, because I don't want to read it right now. I'm too tired.
Are we going to call it quits for the podcast tonight?
No, we have one more. This was shared by somebody. I forget who it was. Random 11, maybe. Korean football team fills stadium with sex dolls during game.
Oh God.
K-League football team FC Seoul has attracted attention after filling its stadium with sex dolls to compensate for the lack of fans resulting from the coronavirus.
It was Lishansky.
Okay. The 2016 Korean champions recently took the step of populating its empty stadiums with mannequins during matches, becoming one of several teams around the world to ingeniously make up for the lack of fans in stadiums due to social distancing rules. Famously, sesquipedalian German team, fuck, you kill me with this, Borussia Mönchengladbach, used a similar form of trickery, filling stands with cardboard cutouts of real supporters. Theirs was actually pretty crazy. They had like millions of fans that were all cardboard cutouts. However, some social media users noted that at least some of the mannequins used by the Korean side in the game against Gwangju FC were in fact sex dolls, several of which allegedly held up placards advertising a local sex shop.
Take that, sports.
FC Seoul later offered an apology on Instagram for the stunt, claiming that there was a mix-up with the suppliers. FC Seoul won the match 1-0, courtesy of second-half goal by Han Chan-hee, or however you pronounce that. So I like the idea of this mix-up, excuse. Like, you don't understand. We told them we needed mannequins capable of sitting in our stadium back lot. Yeah, you need mannequins? Dolls capable of sitting on your fat cock, right?
They give good, comfortable seat.
So this is actually the one that Lishansky shared right here.
Yeah.
And I there are some details that were a little different here. It says here, some pointed out that several were holding posters carrying the name of the popular live streamer BJ Chiro, reportedly the physical inspiration for the doll's design. The club said it had been the victim of a mix-up, insisting it had checked with the supplier and received assurances that the dolls were not intended for sexual use. We would like to apologize to the fans, FC Seoul said in a statement on Instagram. We're deeply sorry. It added, our intention was to do something lighthearted in these difficult times. We will think hard about what we need to do to ensure that something like this never happens again. Because this is the crime of the century, of course, right? Several social media users weren't convinced by the explanation. There must have been a countless number of people involved in getting that approved, shipped, dressed, and seated. Korea Boo quoted one as saying, in that process, no one thought to question the visuals of these mannequins. The sports, like that's the Karen of Korea right there. The Sports Soul website said that with so many football fans overseas now following K-League matches, there are concerns this will bring international disgrace. Dude, this is the greatest image boost you've ever done because a weeb who has an anime podcast would have watched this game just to laugh at it. You know, I think that you're doing okay. You're being a little too hard on yourself.
No, what I want to say is
you brought great honor to your team and your sport.
what I want to know is the price differences between just a regular mannequin and a sex doll. I would assume the sex doll costs more. So what's the complaint here?
Well, like I joked about it before, but I honestly think that the reason they
give it to the team after the game. Give it to the team when the game is done.
I mean, maybe. So I joked about it earlier, but I legitimately think that the reasoning behind why they got sex dolls is because a mannequin may not be able to sit down as easily. You know what I mean? And it's probably easier to dress the sex doll than a mannequin because they're more often than not designed to be standing or in a sitting position. But I don't think I've ever seen a sitting mannequin. You know what I mean? That's kind of why I feel like they did this. But anyway, it's still funny regardless. So I'm going to save these other two articles for next podcast because I've really got to get to sleep. It's almost 11 o'clock and I got to be up in just a few hours. Anyway, so
Master Mesquiten, next podcast.
Yes, Master Mesquiten is going to be solo layout. Thank you. Master Mesquiten is going to be discussed on the next podcast. I still have 2 episodes and like 10 minutes left of an episode. But then after that, we've discussed watching Bastard, which I think would be.
Give me a B.
B.
Give me an A.
A.
I.
You're
A.
Canadian.
TCH.
Hold on, it's right here. It's just there's so much.
I have it in my hands. Just show it. Just show it over here.
I'm looking for mine.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's Master Mesquiten. That's Adventure Kid.
Oh.
You see, technically they're connected.
I have no idea
You
what
have
Bastard
what
is.
about Bastard? You have Bastard?
I have Bastard. I just don't know where it's at.
Barefoot.
Somewhere
You
over
don't
there.
know where that bastard's at.
Why is
No.
your stuff in alphabetical order?
Yeah. All right, here I got it. Careful because there's a lot of bootlegs of this. Bastard, complete collection. The Legend of Dark Schneider.
How long is
My
it?
obvious charms and godlike power has always dazzled the simple, ordinary folk, says Dark Schneider. So it is like 30 minutes, maybe 180 minutes. It's an OVA.
And people bothered bootlegging it.
Well, okay, so it's based on a much, much, much longer manga that has much more interesting stuff about it. But I kind of want to watch it again. So I positioned this as what we would do next, and I'm giving you guys that extra week so that we can get Master Mesquiten and we can still have time to get back to this for the following week.
I think
but
I'm
I
the only one who watched Master Mesquiten.
I watched it. I just didn't get a chance to finish it because I worked every single day except for Thursday last week.
Okay.
Anyway, so I just want to I want to give you guys an opportunity if you have any ideas for movies that we should do for the podcast for the next coming weeks, that we can do that. And then as soon as probably overtime is over, the way I kind of see it is as soon as overtime's over and I have 4 days off during the week, I'm getting the Broly video done. It's almost done. It's like I'm so damn close to finishing that it's kind of not even funny, and it's kind of irritating that it's still not done. But like I was telling you guys the other day, that it's like when you have a big list of things that you have to do in the day, you like look at your list and it's like, okay, well, that's going to take me 5 minutes. That's going to take me 10 minutes. You do those first, right? And then your big, enormous, overwhelming list gets way smaller, right? And then you do the hard stuff. For me, it's like I've got this huge list of videos to make, and the literal hardest one, Broly, is sitting right here that I have to get done first because I literally can't work on the other ones because there's not enough space on my computer to work on the other ones, right? So I have to get that one done first, and it's causing me so much anxiety that it's not done yet. But it legitimately is so damn close. The only thing is I started watching Super Dragon Ball Heroes, and I think there might be an opportunity to use a clip from it in a particular portion. So anyway, Walter Daniel Ruano V is saying, watching us from El Salvador. Well, I appreciate your viewership, but actually we're wrapping up the stream right now. So you'll have to catch the older episodes or the rebroadcast of this as it becomes. Reese has got his
background,
his backdrop. All right.
It's the little things.
All right. Yes. Okay. So,
like, ring the bell, subscribe, join our social media.
If you have any questions for Ron Toy, go to join our Discord and drop your questions in the toy box.
Give us questions. I want to get an archive going of links to some of his tweets. I would have to rewatch all of the podcasts, Vic Mignogna discussions up to this point, and I will have to go to Kiwi Farms and read up on basically everything that they've got on him for the archives and stuff. Not because I want to gotcha him on anything, but just because I want to be able to pull it up at will if there is something specific that I want to question him about. Right now, I don't know that he's gonna accept coming on the podcast for an interview, but if he does, I obviously want to make it count, so if you guys have anything that you would like us to discuss, or if you would like to, if there's anything, even if you don't think he would answer, but you want to contribute it to my thought process, go ahead and add it there in the Discord. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. I really got to go to bed. I still have to.
This is OCA Podcast 101.
101. Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. This will be edited out. But
see ya.
We're still here.
That was